Good Thursday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we bring you special coverage of a tornado outbreak once again here as we're looking toward the southeast. Second one in 8 days, and this one could end up being even more significant here as we have that threat for some violent tornadoes. Already seeing a tornadic situation here in toward parts of northern central Alabama. You kind of get the idea here as we zoom on into a cell near Birmingham. This is a confirmed tornado right now. It looks like as we're looking toward parts of Shelby, Jefferson counties. So you want to be in shelter if you're in this region. Just checking some of the latest information here from the Weather Service. We really need people there as we're looking toward Helena, if I'm pronouncing that right, to take shelter there in toward parts of central Alabama. So go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here as we're once again getting a debris signature with this. So let me go ahead and pull up our GR level 3 computer now. We'll be able to zoom in and kind of get you the action here as we go ahead and try to make sure we zoom down as close as we can. You do see here near Pelham as well, going to be seeing the action, unfortunately, as we go on to correlation coefficient. You can see that debris signature popping up really close to the radar site. So definitely need people in the shelter here. We got to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as this is going to go just north of the downtown Pelham area, it seems. I know I'm using a different type of chat here today because the Weather Service wants us to kind of limit using the other chat room. Not use it if you're in the areas here that aren't being affected by this. So trying to kind of keep tabs on things here as we are getting that debris signature off the Birmingham radar right now here as we're looking again west of Pelham right now. We're going to be tracking this here. It looks like off toward the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So we need people in shelter here. This is not too far away from Birmingham, but downtown Birmingham not under the tornado warning, luckily. But a tornado warning for parts of Jefferson and Shelby counties as this storm's been cycling. Some indications shown that this was a strong tornado here at points in its lifespan, really, as we were tracking it off down toward the south and west. And we're seeing it wrap up, it seems, a little bit more. These parameters very favorable for strong, maybe even violent tornadoes. So there's your circulation here. Again, you got to get into shelter there as we're looking toward areas in toward central Alabama with this circulation. In fact, I'll kind of point it out for you here. You see this tracking off toward the northeast. So again, got to get into shelter here if you're in this area. A tornado warning continuing, it looks like, until about 2 o'clock Central Time for parts of Shelby. Speaking of Shelby, we're talking about central Shelby and in southeastern Jefferson counties. So this is a tornado outbreak, folks. This is just one of the storms we're going to be tracking here today. We have another tornado warning in Mississippi, not as extreme right now, but we have to watch the environment over there. So let me go ahead and switch this on over here. We have our radar pulled up out of Jackson as well. And the Jackson radar will be kind of telling the story here as we have a tornado warning for parts of Covington, Simpson, and Smith counties until 2 o'clock Central Time as well. So 2 o'clock Central Time, the expiration on both of these. We need folks to, again, get inside, get away from windows, put as many walls between them from the outside as possible. Get as many walls between them from that outside as possible. So let's go ahead and pull up some of those tornado safety tips. We're going to go ahead and pull that into our system here. Give me just a moment. We're trying to look at some different things here behind the scenes as the situation does escalate a little bit. We'll go ahead and pop those tips on now as we have a PDS tornado watch as well, which we'll get to here momentarily. But here's those tornado safety tips now. Again, if you're under a tornado warning, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And it's important to protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet. That's very important in these situations. Maybe even putting those shoes on as well, because sometimes when a tornado hits and there's debris around, it's easier and safer for you to be walking around in the aftermath. So if you have relatives in this area, if you're not watching from that area, go ahead and give them the heads up here. A tornado warning continuing for parts of Jefferson and Shelby counties until 2 o'clock Central Time this afternoon for a confirmed tornado. The environment really ripe here. And speaking of the environment with a PDS tornado watch in play, I'm going to go ahead and broaden the view out to what we were showing when we were first coming on with the stream here just a few minutes ago. We'll go ahead and shift away from some of our different radars right now and see the broad view, that purple area is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch that's in play here until about 9 o'clock Eastern. That's including their parts of northwestern Georgia, and 8 o'clock Central Time as we're looking toward parts of Tennessee, parts of Alabama, parts of Mississippi. As the extreme tornadic conditions are coming into play here, folks. So you really have to take this seriously. Again, if you have relatives in that purple area, let them know that this threat is going to escalate here even further for most in that box, with at least tornado warnings popping up close by. So we want you, again, just to be aware of that if you're watching from a distance, or if you're in that area, really got to be ready to take action. Have that bicycle helmet ready here. The conditions are really ripe. And I know last week we had quite a few strong tornadoes. We didn't really have any violent tornadoes, but generally you don't get that lucky 2 weeks in a row, as these parameters don't generally come into play very often. Even as before last week, it had been 7 years or so since the last high risk there toward parts of Mississippi, and now 2 in a matter of 8 days. So that is something you just do not see very often, as we have some tornadic action getting going now as we're getting closer in toward western Alabama, west central in fact. A tornado warning is issued for the Aliceville area, Pickens County, Aliceville, Reform, Carrollton under this. That's going until 2:30 Central Time, with a storm here evolving in eastern Mississippi. Noxubee County under a tornado warning with a rural area rotation indicated there. Tracking that again from Mississippi into Alabama here. This environment so ripe. So again, just got to be very aware of what is happening here on this Thursday. This tornado outbreak, if you're in that purple area, is so serious, and there's that high risk that you probably heard about as well. We've been talking about it on our different accounts here with Cloud's Weather, with Cloud Casey on Twitter, for instance. So let me go ahead and switch you over there now. You see that purple, and that is really indicative of how dangerous of a day this could be in that area, as we're expecting the worst of the conditions to come together. And that one tornado warning there near Birmingham, in fact, we had a confirmed tornado. We've had a confirmed tornado that's in the high risk, so got to be really careful. It's just about to cross 31, it looks like, in this area, or I think I may be talking about the other storm there toward Pickens. Let me double check that here. Again, we're using a chat feature here to watch it without actually being in the chat, to make sure we're trying to free up as much of that resource here for those folks in the path of the dangerous storms. But we're trying to give you this coverage as well, as it's very serious, very dangerous here this afternoon, this threat. So again, tracking these different areas of spin right now. So let me go ahead and actually that storm that near Pelham, that actually is about to cross 31 in that area. So let me pull that up here. I have that up on my system. This is 31 here where I have my mouse right now. So that is about to cross 31 there. So we just got an update on this warning from the Weather Service. A confirmed tornado over Oak Mountain Amphitheater there, or over Pelham, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So I got to get people into shelter here. This is going to be crossing, it looks like, an interstate here at I-65 in the next little bit as well. So I need people to be taking shelter here, as this storm's had a history of producing tornadic action. Still a confirmed tornado. You see that. It looks like a debris signature there still popping out on our technology. It was more hard to find earlier, but still we're getting it in very highly populated areas. So we have to be really careful here this afternoon about what can be happening as we're looking toward parts of central Alabama. So the high risk day, the tornado parameters at 30% there in terms of the Storm Prediction Center outlook. We're going to be watching things very carefully on all of our different tools. Let me go ahead and go over to our tornado parameter tool right now. We'll pop that on as we go over here now toward our GeoEarth computer. You see here these numbers in that 3 to 4 range at some points here, with the purple showing up, but these are going to accelerate upward, it seems, as we're looking ahead in the timeline. Hopefully they don't, but our models are indicating maybe around 4 o'clock Central Time or so we could have a maximization, unfortunately, here of the most dangerous tornadic conditions. So we really have to just be on guard. But right now, even already seeing that potential for some large tornadic action here a little while ago in rural Alabama, but we're tracking that closer toward the Birmingham metro, not in downtown Birmingham, but closer toward that metro, where we have a tornado warning in play. We'll see that rotation tracker now over the last hour or so. As you can see how it's been tracking here, we're not too far away from Alabaster, for instance, and north of Brent. You see here where the rotation's been the strongest. You see that rotation coming out of Mississippi into Alabama as well. North of Geiger, moving toward Aliceville, so a heads up in the Aliceville area. And then down toward the south here, we're seeing an area of rotation that's going to be getting closer toward Maggie, it looks like, or McGee, depending on how it's pronounced locally there. So this is north of Collins. So again, watching this here very carefully as we go back toward the north. It looks like we're going to have a considerable tag now in this, and particularly dangerous situations with the Weather Service is calling this. So let's stick with this a little while because this is going into some very highly populated areas. It seems like that rotation is ramping up a bit as we're getting here to some really highly populated zones. Hoover, Vestivia Hills, Pelham, also Trussville, Irondale, Leeds, Moody, Chelsea, as well as Indian Springs Village, Vincent, getting here into the accent, as well as Harpersville, Westover, the stops of Grand River there, Oak Mountain State Park, as well as Barber Motorsports Park, Oak Mountain Amphitheater, as we talked about, Greystone, Highland Lakes there as well. So again, a considerable damage potential with this storm right here in toward central Alabama. So we need people to take shelter immediately, get as many walls between them and the outside as possible as we're getting that debris signature to Roy ramp up right near the interstate. So let's pop this on. You see that Roy popping out now. This is what we don't like to see here, folks. Near I-65. This is not too far away from Indian Springs Village. You see this here, folks, where the mouse is. And I'll point it out. This is where we have a tornado underground. Looks like it's right over I-65 now. So we need folks to be in shelters. This is a really highly populated area. Let me go ahead and see what we're talking about here as we zoom on out a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and put on our rotation tracker as well. As you see that spin here, we're looking at storm relative velocity right now, and you have those greens and reds coming together here on air. So let's go ahead and zoom back in. You see this right near the interstate. The velocity numbers aren't extreme right now, but that could be because of it being so close to the radar. So it's hard to say exactly how strong this may be because we're so close to the radar. You're going to get a debris signature with something down that might look a little worse than it is, but we can't take chances here because something could be obscuring this. It could be a little bit worse even than what we think with this being in such a highly populated area. So got to be in shelter here near Indian Springs Village. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is what the Weather Service is calling this afternoon. So we want folks to be inside, away from windows. It's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. I know we're losing a few frames, so let me go ahead and pop up radar scope here. This is another tool we have in our arsenal to keep everybody up to date on this big national weather story. Again, just trying to give you the latest information so you can protect you and your family this afternoon. And you see here that rotation. We're going to be wanting people, especially around Spain Park, Meadowbrook, and Inverness, to be in shelter here over the next few minutes. That's according to the Weather Service. As we go ahead and pull up correlation coefficient, it looks like Oak Mountain High School as well here. So a dangerous storm in toward central Alabama here. Again, we're watching this, and they're going tornado emergency. Okay, we haven't had one of these all year, folks, and the Weather Service is now going to issue a tornado emergency. Haven't had one of these since pretty far back last year, in fact. So let me go ahead and jump back on camera here so we can kind of talk about what's going on with this. So this is a really big deal here. The Weather Service is so concerned about this being in such a highly populated area. Can't take any chances. Going to go tornado emergency now with this. Going to go ahead and really ramp this up as we have a dangerous storm. It looks like that's what they're going to go with, a tornado emergency, folks. Again, we're trying to keep tabs on things. We're not in the direct chat room, but we're in another chat room mode that we can watch things in real time. So Weather Service in Birmingham is now talking about this being a tornado emergency type situation. They were considering it earlier, but now they seem more definitive about it. So we'll watch to see that pop up on our screen here momentarily, as this is a really dangerous situation for parts of Jefferson and Shelby counties, especially here. It looks like we're getting more into Shelby at this point with the rotation, and Jefferson's kind of being left behind, luckily, with this. So this emergency is probably for a parts really of Shelby County. So catastrophic damage potential now is what the Weather Service is saying here. Catastrophic damage potential We'll go ahead and pop that on our other sources. Should pop in here onto our other system here as well. So let me go ahead and see if we can kind of see that polygon that it just went with here. In fact, there it is. You see that there, the special outline they're using. Catastrophic damage potential here, folks. A tornado emergency for Highway 280 Lee Branch. Particularly dangerous situation because this could be a deadly tornado here, folks. So a deadly tornado, radar confirmed, Hoover, Vestivia Hills, Trussville, as well as Leeds, Moody, Chelsea, Indian Springs Village, Vincent, as well, even in toward Harpersville, Westover, the stops of Grand River, Oak Mountain State Park, Vanderveer, Barber Motor Sports Park, Greystone, Highland Lakes, as well as Fowler Lake, Lake Purdy, Brook, or Brock, I guess Brook, Highland, and even Meadowbrook. So a tornado emergency now in this area. Catastrophic damage potential here, folks. Getting reports of a partial collapse there of a structure as we're looking back off toward the south and west now. So that kind of tells you about the danger people were in as we're looking towards Shelby County right now, folks. This is a life-threatening situation, a matter of life and death. I know we're kind of in an odd area with the radar here. It's kind of obscured some. So I'm going to see if we can pull up our other radar that's a little further away, but maybe we can try to see what we're getting off of that one. See exactly what might be happening in this zone here. See if we can get a little bit better perspective and not exactly seeing a better perspective. Let me go off of maybe a radar to the south here. It's hard to say which would be the second closest, but okay, this one I think here as we're looking down toward Maxwell Air Force Base. So let me go ahead and show you that now. You can see that rotation really, really strong here. This is just to the southwest of Meadowbrook. You see this rotation really coming together. And as we look in here, maybe even a little bit of a debris signature as we're getting 7,000 feet up, but hard to say for sure on that. But again, a tornado emergency now, really highly populated areas. And looks like there could be an issue with the beam. In fact, as we're looking at the circulation off the other radar, so that's why we got to be really careful here in a highly populated zone with a potentially violent tornado on the ground here as we're looking toward parts of Shelby County. So tornado emergency, folks. We're at 2:40 Eastern right now, 1:40 Central Time. We're going to take a quick break. I want to put this out on social media so everybody knows that they're traveling. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so with more details. So again, tornado emergency. We're really, really concerned right now here as we're looking towards Shelby County. In Alabama, tornado emergency for Shelby County, including that area of Highway 280 Lee Branch. Particularly dangerous situation. This could be a deadly tornado on the ground here, not too far away from Meadowbrook. So take shelter now. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in this area watching, or you have family and friends in this polygon, please let them know. This is an extremely dangerous situation. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center as we continue to evaluate this situation going between different radars right now as we have a tornado emergency in play for parts of Shelby County, Alabama. Getting reports here of lots of tree damage just south of the 119 there on the ridge. Looks like going to be getting closer to the path there with some of that reporting in a moment. And also multiple calls for assistance there in Pelham, as well as a look here at some more information that does deal with, in fact, some issues here with some damage with power lines on a road there and poles broken. So not a good situation here, folks. Really dangerous tornado emergency scenario, the highest level of tornado warning that rarely gets issued, hadn't been issued in close to a year, in fact, anywhere in the U.S. So that's what you see here with this polygon, not just purple polygon now, but it has that black outline to it as well, and that is the worst kind of tornado warning and worst kind of warning you can be in at all. I mean, even hurricane warnings, this is worse. This is the worst type of warning you can ever be in here, folks. So as we're trying to give you the latest information, there's some issues right now with beam blockage. So let me go ahead and go back to the Maxwell radar here, as this can sometimes give us a better look as we're looking further away, but we're also, again, maybe a cleaner signature with this to some extent with this circulation east of Lake Purdy, northeast of Lake Purdy here right now. So again, people really need to be in shelter in toward this region. Again, a tornado emergency continuing for parts of Shelby County, and actually I think we just got an update on this. I think they dropped that tornado emergency tag, maybe, or not yet. Okay, they issued one ahead. So what they're thinking is this might not meet the tornado emergency criteria anymore, but they're letting the tornado emergency kind of right out because they might be able to see if they need to issue this off toward the northeast as one in the timeline. Hopefully they won't have to, but this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning is a level down as we're looking off toward the north and east with that new polygon being issued for north central Talladega, northeastern Shelby, and St. Clair. But really, that's the semantics with the differences between a tornado emergency and a PDS tornado warning, which is still indicative of a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground there over Mount Laurel or near Chelsea there. We're talking about the movement northeast at 45 miles an hour. Pell City, Leeds, Moody, Rainbow City, Springville, as well as Odenville, Lincoln, Margaret, Argo, Asheville, Riverside, Raglan, Still, Bald Rock, Vanderveer, getting over toward Brantsville, Logan, Martin Lake there, Honda Manufacturing of Alabama, Coosa Island, and nearly Henry Lake as well. So just really being watchful of this, as there's now extensive tree damage being reported at the Herdemont Park area with houses damaged. So that's not what you want to hear either, as this eventually is going to be tracking here toward Interstate 20 in the long term. So that's something for folks to be watching here very carefully, of course, this afternoon. Just checking some information here in the chat, just trying to see that high risk threat here still really nasty here with the parameters. Again, we're looking in a chat room where we can anonymously monitor things without actually being in the chat because the resources are just so strained this afternoon there. And the Weather Service still calling this catastrophic damage potential for now. So the tornado emergency is still in play right now. I haven't dealt with the tornado emergency in a while, so it's definitely interesting to kind of deal with in the real time with this, as things are changing very quickly here as we look at some of the different reports coming on in. So you see the high risk in play there. We're looking at that, and we're looking here at the storm as you see that hook there on this, that circulation, getting reports of just a lot of damage here, folks. Now getting reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground near Aliceville. So let's go off toward the west here. Media now reporting a confirmed tornado on the ground near Aliceville. That report is being relayed from them by law enforcement there in Pickens County. So getting these storms to really ramp up here with this environment, folks. We have to be very careful here, as we've already talked about, already getting some really significant damage with the football stadium being impacted, even as we're looking off toward this storm here with this very significant tornado threat that's in play. Eventually, this circulates will be getting closer toward Pell City. Hopefully, at that point, it's not going to be a tornado emergency situation. There's not a tornado emergency at this point for that area, but we're going to continue to be watching here as we look off. We're looking north at Chelsea. We're seeing this here, that circulation over the last little bit, and in real time now, we'll pop this on. You're able to see what we're talking about with what is going on here in this area with this. This track off toward the north and east here at about 45 miles an hour. Again, this is a deadly situation potentially, as this is over the Mount Laurel area. Gotta be in shelter. Highway 280, 119 where the worst of the impact's going to be. So if you have relatives in this area, at times really running out, or may have already ran out, unfortunately, to let them know about this extreme danger here in towards central Alabama. Tornado emergency continuing for Shelby County here, folks. I know it's harder to show you what we're seeing on the radar right now because of that beam blockage issue. So we're not able to give you the best vantage points like sometimes we're able here as we go back on over. You see this here east of Lake Purdy on our one radar, and then our other radar is going to show this here as we're looking here toward west of, looks like of Sterrett, if I'm pronouncing that right. I know we're kind of talking about some of these small areas here, not in Birmingham exactly. So let me go ahead and see this now on our other radar from Maxwell. The Maximo radar right here will kind of give you that vantage point of exactly what is happening this afternoon. Again, there's your circulation really tight. We just have to be very careful here of what is going on with that shear in the atmosphere. Now, important information coming in that a large tornado has come through there near the Eagle Point community. And getting some damage there, unfortunately. And then looking back off toward the west, that tornado that's on the ground near the Aliceville prison, maybe a weaker tornado there, but still could ramp up like this one has, unfortunately, ramped up and caused significant problems here in the Birmingham metro, not downtown Birmingham, but the Birmingham metro area we're talking about. We'll kind of just show you this over the last little bit off of Maxwell. You see that circulation as it's been tracking. Unfortunately, seeing that here where there's greens and reds, I mean, even purples in there, bright greens coming together, indicative of maybe a strong tornado here, folks. So, really just dangerous afternoon. A tornado emergency continues. That's the worst kind of warning the Weather Service can issue here as we're looking toward, again, the east of Lake Purdy. The Weather Service tracking this near or over Mount Laurel. Maybe Chelsea as well in there as we're looking really high up, and you're seeing this shear come together. We can't see the winds as good because we're looking at a different area because we're almost too close on the run radar here. As this is moving away from Jefferson County now more again as we've been talking about. The threat's been more in toward parts of Shelby County. Tornado on the ground there, 280 at Doug Baker Boulevard at 1343. So just not what you want to hear as we continue to watch the action. You see this here, that circulation, the gate to gate. This is causing big time problems. Again, we're looking really high up. So the debris, if we're getting some in here, which there might be, is showing up here at 7,000 feet, which is indicative of a strong to violent tornado in the region. As we go back over toward our other Doppler radar now, we're going to show you what's going on here. You're going to be able to see that hook. That's never a good sign. Maybe even a debris ball in here. That very well could be a debris ball on the southern side. Oh, yeah, no doubt. You kind of see that there. That looks like a debris ball there with this. And that's never what you want to see so clear on the radar. They may extend this tornado emergency, in fact, here with this, seeing something like that, because that looked pretty clear to me. On our system, this is what you have to do really in the olden days of meteorology before we had correlation coefficient and dual polarization radar. You would just look for something like this and then see if the greens and reds were coming together here. And unfortunately, that's what's happening. So that is a debris ball. I mean, that is a violent tornado probably underground here, folks. in this area. I mean, you could kind of see some of that off toward the south as we zoom out for a second. I know we have some tornado warnings in other places we need to get to. We're just kind of sticking with it right now when there's a tornado emergency on the board, and then they're just popping up all over the place. More off toward the east and the west is the environment off toward the west. Maybe not as favorable as we were thinking. That's not something that we're really sure on yet. But again, as we zoom back on into the axis here, we're just kind of seeing some different things here as we look between. You see again that debris ball. That was really, really nasty looking here. As you can kind of just tell, I know we've been kind of switching between correlation and coefficient, but you never ever want to see that on radar when you have that purple popping out here, when you have debris and the greens and reds coming together. So going to have significant, if not maybe catastrophic damage based on what the tag had from the Weather Service. So again, we're continuing to watch this here in Shelby County, Alabama. This is in the Birmingham metro, but not downtown Birmingham. A tornado emergency continuing for another 5 minutes or so. We'll see if this one upgrades up toward the north and east as a tornado emergency as well. But let me go ahead and zoom back out now, showing you the whole grand scheme of things. I know Pickens County, we're tracking a tornado warning. Looks like we might have had a confirmed tornado over there as we're going now over, and actually, yeah, Moody radar now. Oh, yeah, you can, that's not Moody, I mean Maxwell radar, excuse me. I know we're trying to give you all this information live, so I apologize. This is really popping out bad on the Maxwell radar now here, folks. This is really far away, too, and we're getting a clear debris on this as well now, which is indicative of how strong this is. So not good, not good. Mobile homes, unfortunately, are going to not fare very well in a situation like this. And this is a warning to everybody in a mobile home this afternoon. If you're not under an immediate tornado threat, I mean, if you're under the high risk, moderate risk, even the enhanced risk, you might want to go ahead and just be looking elsewhere, especially that PDS Tornado Watch cover to you. Elsewhere is where you might want to go for shelter this afternoon. You don't want to be in a mobile home, as things can be so serious in those consequences, so significant and tragic. As we see that debris popping out, this is 6,500 feet up into the atmosphere, indicative of a strong to violent tornado here, folks. So kind of tells you what we're doing with this afternoon. I mean, you just really need to be monitoring things if you're in this region. And I mean, not just monitoring things. If you're closer toward the actual cell, you have to be taking action. You have to be taking action. Protect your life, to protect the lives around you. As a tornado emergency, again, it's the worst type of tornado warning you can have. Really, 4 levels per se. 4 levels of tornado warnings in play. We're talking about just the radar indicated, and you have radar confirmed. As I know we're losing a few frames here as we have so many things going this afternoon. Then after radar confirmed, you do have that PDS tornado warning and tornado emergency, the PDS with that catastrophic tag to it, not just considerable, which is 1 level, catastrophic, the next level up. So got tornado on the ground in Georgia now. Let me go ahead and we have our other radar we can use for this here. So let me go ahead and say this is over in East Georgia, which Northeast Georgia, I should say. So let me go ahead and talk about what's going on here. I know we're so busy dealing with the worst type of scenario, but a confirmed tornado near, it looks like areas east of Commerce here. So that's going off toward the east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, this is off the Atlanta radar. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Commerce, Maysville, Nicholson, getting in there, Apple Valley, these communities. Again, I apologize if mispronouncing them. I'm trying not to mispronounce them too much here. We're gonna just try our best with this, but Poga Taligo, if I'm pronouncing that properly, here in eastern Georgia, northeastern Georgia, with a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's really important for me to go ahead and talk about that community because of that being so close, if not where the tornado is, as this tracks off into the Greenville-Spartanburg jurisdiction. We're talking about Franklin, Elbert, and Hart counties under the next tornado warning down the line. But Banks, Jackson, and Madison further off toward the west here with this. So again, it looks like we're going to be tracking this here 40 miles an hour, getting over toward Carnesville, Franklin Springs, Royston here, Victoria Bryant State Park, even over toward Bowersville, Hartwell Creek in there too. So again, just really need to be very careful. We're kind of staying wall to wall because there's just so many things going on. I mean, we have 7 tornado warnings on the board here, and I haven't even been able to cover them all. So these are the ones in Georgia. Let's go over to North Carolina now. We have a tornado warning north of Greenville. This is in an area not as favorable, but still maybe somewhat favorable for tornadic acts. And this is a circulation here to the west of Cleveland, South Carolina. This warning goes for parts of Transylvania, Henderson, Polk, Greenville, Spartanburg, and Pickens until 3:30 Eastern. So this is parts of western North Carolina in here, as well as the upstate of South Carolina. So gotta be in shelter in this region here as well if you're under a polygon. As we've just seen some of our tornado warnings drop off the screen, as we are down to 5 tornado warning polygons now. So I know we've talked about some of the other ones here. But Pickens County there in Alabama is one we've been watching. This accent here, as we are tracking it, accent in East Georgia as well. So let's go back to Birmingham now, as it's the most dangerous, most destructive, most potentially deadly tornado situation that we're dealing with this afternoon. As right now I haven't seen new tornado emergency being issued. In fact, they've dropped the tornado emergency now, but still a really dangerous situation here in Alabama, and this could recycle enough for a tornado emergency to be required later on downstream. So we're looking here in the ward parts. It looks like Talladega, Selby, St. Clair for still a large and extremely dangerous tornado, a damaging tornado here, folks, a particularly dangerous situation. And right now, looking at our correlation coefficient, we're trying to look here at some of this. We're not getting the best looks at times. I know last time around we had this showing up, not as obvious right now, but still could have a significant tornado on the ground here. Jefferson County tornado there on the highway, and it looks like Highway 43, in fact, headed toward Leeds there. So you want to be in shelter. You got to be in shelter here as we're trying to protect you and your family this afternoon. Again, tornado warning, a PDS tornado warning, really 3 out of 4 on that tornado warning type scale. I know you don't really use that. If you're under any type of tornado warning, you got to take action. It doesn't matter. But when you're under the higher level tornado warnings, that means imminent danger to your life, to your property is at a greater level. So again, PDS tornado warning right now. We're down to 4 tornado warnings on the board at the moment. I hope that number keeps going down, but unfortunately, as we look ahead in the timeline, that could definitely go back up some. I do see a lot of storms closer together toward the west. Some of the dynamics may not could be coming into play quite as much as they could have off toward the west, but that doesn't matter for people in Alabama that have just lost a home or maybe even had some injuries around them as well. So I know several trees uprooted there at Pelham High School, a possible tornado in that area. So this is not ever what you want to see. We are going to continue to track this storm here as it gets closer toward Interstate 20. We have the tornado warning out toward the east, the tornado warning in Pickens County. So I just know there's going to be a lot of issues here with what we saw. I know that one frame was so indicative of how dangerous this situation is. And we're looking at different beams here, radars in the region. Looking out at Maxwell a little while ago, you could see that debris getting really highly lofted, which is never a good sign here, folks. So I think we're going to take a quick break in the coverage in just a moment. But again, if you're under tornado warning polygon, it's very important to seek shelter immediately, no matter what kind it is. But when you get into these more dangerous ones, considerable or catastrophic damage tags, you really have to take action. You really have to be watching as we're watching that broad circulation here off toward the west. Just a regular type tornado warning really toward Pickens County near Carrollton. Right now may not even get a new tornado warning issued, which would be good news here. But I know we're going to continue to watch, continue to track as we see here. Looking toward, again, Interstate 20 here in toward eastern Alabama, east central Alabama, we're talking about here with this. So I just got to be really careful. A really serious situation here still does continue. Let me go ahead and switch this back on over to correlation coefficient. This is our debris detection. If you're wondering, let's see if that's something down to the south. That could be Definitely could be. It's hard to say for sure, which at least is a little bit of good news. So I do preface that with we're having a little bit of an issue with the way the radar is right now. Looking at things, the angle makes it a little harder. But getting reports of a car in a ditch now off toward south and west debris in the road as well. So a lot of damage being reported, as you've heard, as you've seen. So right now we're gonna go to the big board before we wrap this cut in up here as we get ready to come back at least by 2:30 Central, but maybe earlier if we need to. So let me go ahead and check our outlook here, our situation. I know that kind of got maybe extended. We're trying to see exactly where that's going here. But let me go ahead and pop on the radar for now so we can give you that larger perspective on things this afternoon. Again, you see here several tornado warnings at PDS watch and play here till 8 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock, or 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. In that purple area, that's what we're talking about. The greatest danger, really, with the highest level parameters. So I do believe maybe the eastern part of this a little bit more, maybe the northern part. We're not 100% sure. We still got to be watching carefully in here. As I know we have tornado warnings out to the east as well. So let me break them all down for you, and we'll take that break. So Pickens County off toward the west. This goes here until about 2:30 Central Time. We're talking about in toward Alabama. It's that purple polygon we've been tracking here with the most dangerous storm today, St. Clair, Selby, and Talladega until 2:45. It's a PDS tornado warning, and then two off toward the east here is what we had a confirmed tornado a little while ago here in northeastern Georgia. You see the red polygon there. That's for Elbert, Franklin, and Hart until 3:45 Eastern. And then as we get toward the north here, we have the next polygon up on the screen that goes for Henderson, Polk, Greenville, and Spartanburg until 3:30 this afternoon. We'll be back here by the bottom of the hour. If we don't get anything really pressing, we'll wait to the bottom of the hour to come on, but we very well could be back before that. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're going to leave that radar up with all those warnings here. Of course, when you have those purple polygons, more dangerous, but still red polygons, you got to be taking shelter. Yellow polygons, if your thunderstorm warning situations still can be dangerous or even deadly here. You can't always rule out an isolated spin of tornado in those in that purple area. That PDS tornado watch going from 9 Eastern for parts of northwestern Georgia and 8 o'clock Central here as we're looking off toward the west. Stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch this tornado outbreak here as it really impacts parts of the southeast. That serious situation still continues in Alabama. We are getting word of a confirmed tornado right now near Raglan, or about 11 miles northeast of Pell City. Not maybe as significant as it was here toward the Birmingham metro, as we've got multiple reports of significant damage. There's a lot of video out there, a lot of images of the tornado that did move through the south side, south suburbs really of Birmingham, and also seeing just all sorts of just issues really arise toward that area. I mean, even a chief meteorologist there in Birmingham at the ABC station, a legendary chief meteorologist, James Spann, some damage, maybe major damage to his own home based on some reports. So, not good, not what you want to hear here, as you can see. As we look toward the last hour, that rotation there north of Alabaster, north of Chelsea, where we're getting numerous structures damaged in the Eagle Point and Greystone subdivisions. Numerous trees uprooted near Highway 280 and Doug Baker Boulevard. Trees blocking the highway there. That's Highway 280. As we look further up, you see getting closer to Pell City. And now we're getting closer to Raglan with a confirmed tornado here. So let me go ahead and pop on our Birmingham radar. You're getting some really tight circulation here, really tight circulation, as we are over on GR level 3. So you see these colors really coming together. I think earlier we were having, and we talked about it even, contamination issues with the radar, so it didn't look as significant as it really was. Don't know exactly how strong it was yet, but we're getting debris lofted really high as you're going between some of the different radar tools that we have here. So you could really see that as I was off camera trying to evaluate the situation as more damage reports come in near Pelham, for instance. So as we're looking here, 92 miles an hour now showing up with this near Raglan as we get our latest debris Texan update. We don't really see too much debris on the Birmingham radar. Let me check to see if we have any better vantage point. Looks like we're just going to stay on Birmingham for now, but with that rotation, that debris signature could pop right back on. I know it's kind of difficult sometimes to be able to see exactly what's going on with the debris signature, but new tornado warning here as we're tracking from Talladega and St. Clair and more toward Calhoun County, Alabama, near Jacksonville, Alabama, where I know they had a really significant tornado a few years ago up there. At Jacksonville State, so they were on spring break, but still having big time problems. We kind of loop things around here. You'll be able to see how that circulation's been tracking. I'll see if I can zoom out so we watch the loop together a little bit. You can see that circulation there on the radar as it tracks off toward the north and east here, folks. And we're starting to see that rotation really ramp up now, it looks like. So not what you want to see here, folks, as we're going there from St. Clair County, ultimately into Calhoun County, Alabama. So a dangerous situation. You see the greens and the reds here on our Doppler technology as we still continue to loop the axis. That circulation crossing over Interstate 20 here recently, maybe a tornado even crossing over Interstate 20. So we again talk about a debris signature, and let's kind of loop that. It's not going to show as many because we've been focusing mainly on the other mode of our radar here, but we'll back this up and you can really see the debris down here earlier. We're talking really as I kind of move this around a little bit more to see what I'm talking about. At this point, maybe not quite as apparent, but we had it really apparent on some of these earlier frames as just some beam blockage makes it a little harder. We normally can pinpoint it a little bit better, but the beam blockage makes it a little bit harder to be able to kind of see what's happening. We can still see that tight rotation as it does ramp up here in recent frames. So we need to get people into shelter as we're looking up toward the north and the east here. Hatchie under this tornado warning here. Could become a PDS tornado warning again soon, as we are seeing the really strong winds here impact areas in east central Alabama, potentially at the surface. We have 5 tornado warnings on the board right now. The others look to be radar indicated at the moment. So let's go ahead and give you a quick overview before we take another quick break in the coverage. As we have a tornado warning from Meridian right now. So let's go ahead and pop up the big view of the situation. Again, tornado warnings for Calhoun, St. Clair, Talladega, going to about, it looks like 2:45 or 3:30 Central Time, but then Tornado warning in toward Mississippi right now. I'll kind of step on over a little bit and point that out for you. That red polygon, that is for parts of Kemper, Lauderdale, and Newton until 3:30 Central Time. And in Georgia here, northeastern Georgia, we're talking about Hart, Abbeville, and even in South Carolina, Anderson and Greenville here until 4:15 Eastern Time with one of these polygons, and Elbert and Hart with the first polygon there on the board. So that's this axis here going from Georgia into South Carolina with radar indicated areas of rotation. We'll jump onto that real quick here and see what's going on around Hartwell, Georgia, moving toward Anderson or near Anderson, South Carolina with radar indicated areas of rotation. Let's go ahead and jump over now toward Kemper, Lauderdale, Meridian under a tornado warning. Got to watch out for them because that's a really highly populated area. So let me go ahead and jump our radar over there right now. We'll be able to see what's going on toward Meridian. You'll be able to see our backup radar, our secondary radar. So in this, you see that circulation here, that's getting really close to not over Interstate 20 right now. We've talked about Interstate 20 off toward the east, talked about it off toward the west here as well. So Meridian in the path of a possible tornado that could be developing here. So got to be really careful in the Meridian Metro with a potentially developing tornado moving on in. You got to just be really careful or see if a debris signature pops one out. But again, we've already dealt with a tornado emergency today in the Birmingham area. Really serious, not what you want to hear, of course. Let me go ahead and talk about some of the latest information coming on out here. We'll go ahead and talk about maybe some tornadic conditions becoming more favorable toward the north. In fact, here, as we see these outlooks come on out from the Storm Prediction Center, at 80% chance of a tornado watch here toward Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, as the parameters coming more into play there, and even up into toward the heartland. Tornado watch going to be coming there as well, it looks like. As we're talking about a surface low, the associated warm front continuing to lift northward through the late afternoon will probably require this here, 80% chance of that. Likely needed to address that potential up there as well, getting closer even toward Cape Girardeau, Paducah. So something to watch. Carbondale maybe in this or just on the edge of this as well. So going to be watching that potential here this afternoon as these parameters do continue to promote some tornadic actions. So again, we're still watching things. We're still giving you the updates in the Weather Center. And I'll be back by the top of the hour unless we need a break back in sooner as we're keeping you and your family up to date if they're in the path or if they're watching from a distance here and they need to know the information that is really, really important to them. As we just got reports now of a new debris signature, so let's jump back on over real quick as this is really ramping up near Ohatchee. Just not what you want to see. Again, near Ohatchee, a debris signature now popping on. Got to be in shelter there in Calhoun County, Alabama. If we get a ramp up of this a little bit further, of course, we'll let you know about it sooner. But the Macon, Francis Mill area there in East Central Alabama really, really need to be taking shelter right now in Calhoun County. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there on a very dangerous Thursday afternoon, March 25th, 2021. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour as we continue to watch this tornado outbreak situation in the southeast. That PDS tornado watch going here at 9 Eastern for parts of northwest Georgia, and then 8 o'clock Central here as we're looking off toward the west toward parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Really dangerous situation. We've had a large tornado impact parts of the Birmingham metro, the southern side of it, really getting reports and pictures in of some significant damage. So not what you want to hear, not what you want to see. I know you have some red circled areas on here. That's where new tornado watches could go soon. So we'll be, of course, watching that potential here carefully. Right now, it looks like 5 tornado warnings on the board, and the most pressing still that same storm we've been tracking across Alabama really now, and it's going to be entering northwest Georgia pretty soon, and it's had a pretty nasty debris signature with it. It seemed like maybe one area was ramping on down a little while we were getting a different area to ramp up with a debris signature maybe in that region. Kind of hard to tell on that, but just really a nasty scenario as we had a really nasty debris signature here just a little while ago. That was really well defined. I'll go back to our live mode of things, and it's still showing up some, but not as much, luckily. So let me go ahead and pop this on. This is current debris detection. And we see here we had maybe another area of something. You can see Ohatchee really getting impacted, and then maybe seeing something there. And then right now you see 2 different areas, but really the rotation to the south. So that could just be part of the overall circulation here. But a confirmed tornado not too far away from Jacksonville, Alabama. Not talking about Jacksonville, Florida, Georgia even. Talking about Jacksonville and Alabama here with a confirmed tornado on the ground, and maybe a large one, in fact. They're calling it just confirmed right now here still in the text. They've been saying that here consistently at the Birmingham office, but continuing to watch this very carefully here as you see these reds and these greens, these blues come together here on our Doppler. As we track this off toward the north and the east here at about 45 miles an hour. The tornado located near Alexandria, or about 7 miles west of Jacksonville just a few minutes ago, maybe even closer toward Jacksonville now and Jacksonville State University, but probably passing a little toward the north at least. So that's some good news, but you see Jacksonville and Alabama here, and then the worst of this going off toward the north and the west, and ultimately the north and the east, maybe closer toward Piedmont, though. So they have to watch very carefully. Pleasant Gap as well. So definitely something to watch for northwest Georgia here, too, as that strong tornado potential exists even over there. And let me see if we have a new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center yet. It looks like it just came down to wire. So let me go ahead and pull that on our screen here. Yeah, and you've seen a reduction actually in that risk toward Mississippi, which is good, but Alabama's seeing a ramp up here as the most favorable conditions seem to be more in toward that zone. So let me go ahead and take off some of our different layers here so we can just give you that better viewpoint really of the overall scenario. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So the purple area here is at high risk, the level 5 out of 5 potential, and that does include here areas like Birmingham, Huntsville, still, Columbus, Mississippi, still in this, but you see this kind of dropping off toward areas like Starkville. They're under the 4 out of 5, still pretty significant. You can't lay your guard down by any means, but the worst of the threat really in this purple zone, even getting closer toward Chattanooga, just outside of it, but Huntsville in this here, Southern Tennessee, Lawrenceburg in here. And that kind of maybe centered this a little bit better for everybody at home. Florence, Coleman, Jasper, Fayette. You kind of get the idea here with this greatest risk, but just a moderate risk going all the way into southern Kentucky even, not far away from Murray, Kentucky even. As we get in here with this, you see Murray right on the edge of this, in fact. So definitely watching here. We have so many different things to pay attention to. Several tornado warnings on the board. As I go back over to our main outbreak view right now, I know we have so many spotters in the area. We have these warnings in play as well. Look at all those spotters. Goodness. That really tells you how dangerous of a setup this is when everybody's converging in that one area to get the latest reports out of the nasty consequences. I mean, it kind of tells a story here as we take that off for now. Put watch back on here. And again, we have, looks like right now, 6 tornado warnings on the board. So we have Cherokee and Ottawa in Alabama, Ottawa there, and Calhoun. Those go one to about 3:30 Central, one to about 4 Central. That's the axis we've been tracking. I'll go ahead and point it out for you here again, though, as I kind of move over just a little bit on our mapping. We talk about some of this action here. We're talking about some of that action here in toward that region, the tornado warning closer toward Meridian here as well, just to the northeast at this point, closer toward Livingston, that's radar indicated. And then I'll go ahead and kind of look at more of this here. Northwest Alabama, tornado warning in play. This is for parts of Colbert and Lauderdale, and this goes here, it looks like, until about 3:30 Central Time. So the movement on this northeast at about 35 miles an hour, and axing here off toward other zones too. I know in toward North Carolina, the threat a little low over here, South Carolina, but still got some tornado warnings. One here for parts of Abbeville, Anderson, and Greenville counties. This is in toward South Carolina, so let me go ahead and move the map over just a tad. You see what I'm talking about right here. This is south of Greenville, and then to the northeast of Greenville, a tornado warning here for parts of Cleveland, Rutherford, Cherokee, and Spartanburg counties on that North Carolina, South Carolina border. So Roy just watching the different areas of spin here in the atmosphere, definitely paying attention to them. The greatest threat off toward the west, of course, as we've highlighted here, as we, it looks like we just got another warning on the board here in Mississippi, toward the south here, looking like just to the southeast of DeKalb. So just going to continue to track this. This is for Kemper County. So we're watching that other storm, though, in Alabama, the greatest, because of the history it's really had, and rotation was coming together still. As we watch this eventually moving toward northwestern Georgia. We've been giving you that warning here, and now getting all that damage on the south side of Birmingham coming into the weather center. And you see these reds, these greens, these purples, really, I mean, to some extent coming into the picture, really, as we continue to track the circulation off toward the north and the east here. That speed on this right now, it looks like the Weather Service has this at about 45 miles an hour, kind of depending on which look we have here, is exactly what we're going to be paying attention to, though, as eventually you see kind of this path does unfortunately maybe take it toward Roman, Georgia. Hopefully the parameters don't have this holding together at that point, but it very well could still be tornado warned here, could still be tornadic, as we're looking toward northwestern Georgia. We've had a long history with this, as we've been talking about. This has been the storm of the day, no doubt. Hopefully it stays the storm of the day, and that we don't get anything worse than this, which is still really significant, unfortunately, on the south side of Birmingham, is what we've been talking about. But let me go ahead and pop on our other viewpoint here. We'll go away from GR level 3 for a moment. See that rotation tracker. You see here, as there's a class flood warning also for Birmingham, something to watch out for, of course, with the water that can be at an excess there. But backing this up a little bit, you see we had some other tornado warnings earlier, but I'm just backing this up also for rotation tracker. I'll take off the warnings for now, not to confuse anybody. We'll go ahead and put some of these reports on. Here you see some of the tornado reports with numerous structures there impacted in the Eagle Point and Greystone subdivision area. Still tracking this here off toward the north and east this afternoon. Again, as we go ahead and put this back into the current time now, you'll be able to see confirmed tornado off the debris here just a little while ago, 3 miles south-southwest of the Nelly, Henry Dam area. But again, let's back this up once more. You'll be able to see what we're talking about here with this. Just all these spins here in the atmosphere showing up on the different radar scans, and we're putting them all together to let you know exactly what's been going on. You see all this on the mapping. This has been holding together for a really long time. I mean, you see the tornado reports earlier, as I keep going back. I mean, just unbelievable, really, when you think about this holding together from the entire span of the state here, west to east. Going back here, we're looking even further off into where that timeline. You still see how we had rotation at about, it looks like 1734, that's Zulu time, of course. So we do the conversion, that gets us to about, I guess, 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. I mean, this has been holding together for hours. Of course, ramping up the worst, it seems, in the southern Birmingham metro, but could have been a little bit stronger at some point off toward the east or the west. It's hard to see exactly, but when you're in the metro, you have more damage reports, just naturally, as we continue backing this up even more here. I mean, this is unbelievable, Roy. We're going to end up being at the beginning of this here soon. I mean, this is 4 hours ago, and At that point, we didn't have any warnings on it necessarily, but we'll be able to see warnings coming into play pretty quick with this as they go back into future mode. You see that polygon coming on the screen here by about 12:30 Central Time or so. And this is here off toward areas northwest of Demopolis. And then as we go ahead and put it back into live mode now, as you saw some of these other warnings, I mean, we're 140 miles off toward the north and east, give or take. That just tells you how long of a path this has had. So from that red area there in West Alabama off toward the east. So let me go ahead and kind of point this out for you. I'm going to go ahead and kind of move around here on the wall once again. So you see, as I go ahead, and I think we'll move this up just a little bit so you get a better idea of what I'm talking about. So kind of getting over here really with this near an interstate as we're looking northeast of Meridian. We're talking about the accent really, really nasty there with that circulation getting going about 3.5 hours ago or so. So that's something that's definitely worth noting for sure. But then as it's really gotten its act together at points, we've seen this really serious damage reports come on into the Weather Center. And in fact, I mean, I'll go ahead and point out what we're talking about now. Here as we're looking north of Anniston, still getting areas of rotation to be detected by our Doppler algorithms on this tornado outbreak day in the southeast, even seeing tornado parameters to the north some too. So this got to be watching all the different consequences, of course. With this, currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings on the board. Looks like another one just came out for Sumter County in Alabama, so that'll make number 8 here on our board. So you'll be able to see that popping on up in just a second as you go ahead and get that latest information in now from the National Weather Service offices in play. We'll get you out to that whole grand scheme view now. You kind of get the idea of what's happening. So real quick, wrapping this up right now, we have 8 tornado warnings on the board. The most impactful potential there in east central Alabama, moving into northwestern Georgia, was Cherokee County, Etowah, Calhoun counties in Alabama. That's the axis there that we've been tracking. That shows up on this map west of Atlanta, but it's still pretty good ways from there at this point. As we're also tracking Sumter County, that new warning there popping up as we're seeing the accent come in from Mississippi. We're talking about this accent over here. And then as we get over toward areas in Mississippi, we're talking about Kemper County under a couple different polygons. That's the same area. And then in South Carolina, North Carolina, some different warnings here as well. I know seeing some of this potential here as we get toward Abbeville, Anderson, Greenville, Cleveland, Rutherford, Cherokee, and Spartanburg. And then last but not least here, watching northwest Alabama, where some of the parameters could ramp up even further. A tornado warning for parts of Colbert County as well as Lauderdale County. So got to be taking shelter here. We'll be back at the bottom of the hour with the latest information as we're trying to protect you, your friends, your family on this very dangerous day, this high risk day, this rear high risk day in the southeast. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. Sorry, just a little bit late here as we're having some clicker issues. Actually, got that fixed now, and with you with the latest update on this tornado outbreak situation. We do have a tornado watch, still a PDF tornado watch, going into 8 o'clock Central Time here as you're looking toward parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, and then over toward Georgia, northwest Georgia. There we're talking about 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So we really need people to be on guard. Let's go back over to our other radar setup now because we've had a really nasty situation overall here as this storm has really tracked, this axon's really tracked all the way from West Alabama now toward western Georgia. Really significant damage there as we were looking toward areas around Birmingham, the south side of the metro there, South Birmingham as some would call it there. So not what you want to see, and we were tracking this circulation down toward areas like Ohatchee. Really bad damage there, significant damage in that region too. But now we have radar indications here of a really tight circulation not far from Forney, between Forney and Pleasant Gap. It was radar indicated right now, but this could definitely get upgraded to confirmed here at any moment. The tornadoes a few minutes ago was near Spring Garden or near Piedmont, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So again, tracking this here off toward the north and the east. Again, you see this here gate to gate, really strong, over 100 miles an hour now. And we've had history of a tornado with winds over 100 miles an hour toward South Birmingham, it seems for sure, based on the damage toward Ohatchee. And we could be seeing something like that again here. Sometimes it's a little clearer on the radar based on the angle, based on some different characteristics here that we're seeing with the storm. So that's something you have to keep in mind here as well. But again, we're tracking this moving from Alabama into Georgia now, that really tight rotation. I'll go ahead and kind of talk about here areas that need to be watching this. And I mean, it's kind of obvious, but Rome, Georgia, really need to be watching this potential over the next little bit here. So make sure you're taking heed in Rome. You're under a tornado warning there. We're talking about Floyd County, Polk County, 5:15 Eastern Time. Possible tornadoes headed toward Floyd County, maybe northern parts of Polk County, Georgia as well. We'll just have to wait and see. But again, still watching things here in the Weather Center with this. We have other tornado warning storms though across the region to get to as well. So let me go ahead and broaden the view out, talk about all the different polygons on the board so you kind of know what is going on. So we have Floyd, Polk, Cherokee for the axon there from Alabama into Georgia. Then we have a tornado warning for parts of northeast Mississippi. We're talking about Ottumwa as well as Tishomingo. We just got an update actually. Ottumwa and Tishomingo counties here in northeast Mississippi. Greene County, Alabama, a tornado warning in play. And Sumter County in Alabama as well. Getting over toward Lauderdale, Mississippi with some of this axon. And then further off toward the Carolinas, we're talking about Lawrence, Union, as well as Cleveland and Cherokee and toward North Carolina with the axon there. So several tornado warnings, 8 currently on the board. As I say that, we just had one of them drop off, so now down to 7 tornado warnings on the board. The one in northeast Mississippi just went off, so that's some good news for those folks. But still watching these parameters, let's go ahead and talk about some of them that are in play. In fact, here, as you do see these significant tornado parameters around 5, could be higher. We've seen in the models maybe the potential for them to be higher still, so I have to pay attention to that. But this is southwest of Birmingham still with this threat, 4 to 5 on this scale here, near areas like Demopolis and Livingston. So Tuscaloosa is well in there. That's something they got to watch with this potential tornadic axis moving closer to them. That's a really highly populated area, College Town, of course. With that threat. So staying tuned, staying up to date here. We're watching things, watching that storm and that axon moving from Alabama into Georgia right now. Enough tornado parameters in play to definitely promote some axon. You see the instability on the board more to the west, but when you have that overlap, that's when you have more concern. When you have some of the parameters overlapping, like here just near Demopolis, a new tornado warning just being issued for parts of Sumter County there in Alabama as well. So continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center, and we're back at the top of the hour unless we need to be back on earlier with more information. Stay tuned, everybody. Here's that wide perspective, as it's very important to stay safe on a dangerous, dangerous day across the region here in the southeast. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue to watch this tornado outbreak. Currently 8 tornado warnings on the board here in the southeast. Many of them in Alabama, some in Georgia though as well. North Georgia we're talking about, not in our viewing area, not close, but we are just tracking the parameters that are in play toward the north, even further north. A new tornado watch, as you can see in the yellow here on our screen, being issued. This goes all the way now until about it looks like 11 p.m. Central Time. So a big deal here with this threat continuing. Nashville getting toward Paducah in there, even southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and even one county or so in Missouri, it looks like, as I kind of zoom in here. You see some of the accent not far away from Cape Girardeau with that threat. I know we have the low pressure here, and we have to just watch for the combining parameters as we look at the overall scenario. So again, watching this very carefully indeed, and we'll go ahead and go back over to the outbreak view now. I know we've had so much damage in the South Birmingham area. Still trying to get more information on that, of course, as we see the active storm that caused that damage here moving into Georgia right now, a little bit further. In fact, the circulation's not far away from Rome, near 6 Mile there in Floyd County. So here's our GR level 3 computer. It says that a little bit better now. You see that circulation there, not far, it looks like, away as I kind of get that latest scan in, not far away from US 27, maybe just crossing that, in fact, here in Floyd County. This will ultimately going into Bartow County. May not get too far away from Cartersville here. Maybe that's just to the north of Cartersville, maybe near Kingston. It's hard to say for sure. You got to take shelter from the polygon here. We're talking about Cartersville, Kingston, Halls, also up toward Adairsville under this here as well. So gotta be inside and away from windows. But that's a pretty strong circulation here. This is a storm we've been tracking all the way since West Alabama with the circulation, with the confirmed tornadoes, maybe violent tornadoes at times. I mean, we're talking about a storm that's been on the ground on and off here for 100, 150 miles, give or take. We've been kind of measuring that out, maybe even more than 150 at this point. So it kind of tells a story here with this as we watch this in North Georgia. And as we go back toward the west here, you see tornado warning north of Birmingham here in Blount County. North here, it looks like areas really as we get in here. Let me double check where circulation is. North of Locust Fork, in fact, here. So just trying to give you that heads up where that is moving and where it's at now as it does track toward the north and east. We get to the south here. You see some more circulations, pretty strong circulations, as we have to switch radars for this. But let's go down here. See if we can switch over to our other radar toward the west if we need to. May not actually have any better radar coverage than this, so we'll just stick with this. You see areas there in Greene County, a circulation near Clinton. Also, southeast of Livingston, really tight circulation. Going to go north of Demopolis, it looks like, there. So we have to watch for these to ramp up in this environment as we're getting to that peak time here of the highest violent tornado potential. But even that strong tornado that strong tornado potential going to last here later into the night, as there's a 60% chance, according to the latest tornado watch that was issued for a strong tornado in that watch box there, Nashville, Paducah. I have to just pay attention here to see exactly what evolves, especially in North Tennessee, I think, is where that greatest threat would be based on the overall atmospheric setup. And let's go ahead now and show you the wide view again. You see everything that's going on. 8 tornado warnings on the board. That confirmation here with that storm in that Floyd County, Georgia area, which had it at points, as we've talked about. So the big board does show some tornado warnings as we get toward South Carolina as well. You see Chester, Lawrence, Union, Fairfield, Newberry counties under tornado warnings here. And then as we get over toward Alabama a little bit further, we have Greene and Hale, Blount County in Alabama, as well as Sumter and Greene. So just be mindful of what can be happening here on this very busy Thursday afternoon. Now transitioning into Thursday evening. I'll go ahead and show you a different view of things. So I want to kind of bring this back to the local situation right now, since I know some of you may be watching from North Florida and South Georgia want to know what's going on right now. You don't see much here toward North Florida. So that's some good news here in our region. Going to have some storminess here towards southwest Georgia maybe tomorrow. So here's our look at things as we go over toward another viewpoint that we have in our system. This is the marginal risk here for tomorrow, folks. You see Albany, Fitzgerald, Tipton, Moultrie, Thomasville, Bainbridge. As I broaden this out a little bit more here, under this threat, mainly damaging wind potential, that tornado threat really low, it looks like with this, but of course if something breaks, we'll be letting you know about it on our different platforms. But you see here a marginal risk mainly to the end of the north. I know that threat really staying away from north central Florida with that strawberry festival here this weekend. Many of you going out to that. It'll be pretty warm out there, but luckily that rain pretty much staying away, so that's what we like to see. That rain, that storm threat here staying off toward the northwest at this point here based on the latest forecast information. We'll continue to watch things. I know it could be a severe threat involving Saturday in the heartland, watching toward Sunday toward North Carolina. So something kind of downstream in the timeline to let you know about as we are watching the grand scheme of things. As we now switch you back on over toward the overall viewpoint, you see some hail reports in Mississippi. Again, all the damage toward Birmingham there. We're just continuing to track it all for you here in the Weather Center. Unless we have new information, we'll see you back at the bottom of the hour here as we have tornado watches in play. That PDS one, the biggest concern. It seems like Alabama, Northwest Georgia, Southern Tennessee is our bigger concern versus Mississippi. But we still have to watch in Mississippi because things can still evolve. There's still enough in the way of parameters here for dangerous conditions to develop as you see that risk in play. Focusing on Alabama, Southern Tennessee, extreme East Mississippi. But you just have to continue to watch everything as it does transpire. We're continuing to watch here in some of our off the scene settings here as well, as we're looking, for instance, at a source that we're able to anonymously monitor the National Weather Service chat without actually being in it here. We're not messing up that where there's issues, I know, with communication. Because there's just so much demand for the information here this afternoon. So we're in something where we're looking at what is being talked about without actually being in it here. I know that storm kind of ramping down some maybe at points going from Alabama to Georgia, but we're still watching it for you. And we're going to continue to give you updates on all the damage near Birmingham. They're off toward the east as well. And we'll see you back here at the bottom of the hour unless we have new information we need to really let you know about here as we continue to watch some of these different areas. I know a tornado warning being issued there for Bartow and Floyd till 5:45. Floyd and Polk continuing there. That looks like there's some backlog in the chat because there's so much demand for it, and we're in that other chat right now, which is still having some issues even in and of itself because of it. There's so much that is happening in the overall weather enterprise this afternoon. So again, watching things, Floyd County till 5:15, with some of this Polk being canceled out in one instance as well, it seems. So still watching things, still tracking things. We'll see back here at the bottom of the hour unless we have more information to let you know about. Stay tuned, stay safe out there on this high-risk day in the Southeast. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch this dangerous weather situation here in the southeast. Unfortunately, getting reports there as we're looking toward Calhoun County, Alabama, from the Calhoun County Sheriff being relayed by media of multiple fatalities. So not what you want to hear. We were on tracking that accident there in East Central Alabama couple hours ago, as we're now getting word of a considerable damage threat now on a storm there in Hale County, Alabama, where it is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Sawyerville, or 7 miles west of Greensboro, moving northeast at 50. So even as we're talking about stuff that's already happened, fatalities already occurring, unfortunately, there, we're getting reports of more problems. So a new tornado warning here, or actually I think it's one that's on the board. It's Hale County warning, but now this is going to turn purple here on our map in just a moment. The polygon will, as we're getting a debris signature on this. This is not what you want to see here as we're looking in that Greensville, Alabama vicinity. Again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. I know already having so many problems here as we were looking toward Ohatchee. We've been talking about that. We'll kind of go ahead and see that accident real quick here, and then we'll go back over. I'm waiting for the latest information to trickle in. It looks like we might be having some issues with some of this trickling into our system at the moment, but this is what we were tracking near Ohatchee earlier. You can see here as we get down. I mean, I'll back it up a little ways in order to kind of get a grasp of what is going on here as we got toward Ohatchee. You can see that circulation so tight, so significant there. Even as I back it up further, we weren't at the maybe metro view of things on the radar, but still seeing that come through Ohatchee, so serious as we've been referring to here. And again, fatalities being reported in that area now, but looks like we're having an issue with some of our data. So let me check on, it's updated now. It looks like this is not turning the polygon purple like it really should on our system. So let me go ahead and check our different radars here and go on in here to what we're talking about with the debris signature now. Wow, that is really ramping up. It may be one of the more impressive TDSs we've seen in a while now between Sawyerville and Greensboro. So this is not good. And let me pop up this here on the Hale County storm. That is really nasty, folks. So you really got to be in shelter here if you're in Hale County, Alabama. This is really ramped up a notch. I might stick with this for a few minutes because that is really, really significant. This might be a violent tornado we're tracking or seeing develop here between Sawyerville and Greensboro, as this is going to cross State Road 14 here. So you got to be in shelter there. As you saw, that circulation on the edge of the radar of Birmingham earlier, and now coming into view, unfortunately, seeing that really tight circulation here. I mean, we're seeing winds 104 one way, 54 the other way, maybe even higher than that. So we could be talking about an EF3, EF4 type tornado in here right now. Really serious, folks. You got to be in shelter. This is one of these storms. I know we've already had fatalities. I know we've already had a storm on the south side of Birmingham. I got to admit, this might be the strongest we've seen now based on the latest scans, as this is really ramped up. They may upgrade this to a tornado emergency even, depending on if it gets to more populated areas downstream with a signature like this. I'm sure they would, but right now we're in a relatively rural area. But my gracious, that is unbelievable, that debris signature now, as we're getting near State Road 14. You got to be in shelter. I know we've already seen fatalities, but really this is a type of storm that's a matter of life and death here in Hale County, Alabama. Seeing this, seeing the very bright red, purples, yellows show up, and then you're seeing those greens as well, as we just had a new tornado warning issued for Centerville downstream, for parts of Bibb County as well as Perry County. A PDS situation with a violent tornado on the ground near, it looks like, Greensboro in Alabama. So this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. We need folks to take shelter. This is an extremely dangerous storm, maybe the strongest tornado we've seen all day. It's not a certainty based on different radar viewpoints of storms based on the different locations they've been in, but this is the strongest signature I've seen all day. So we're going to stay with this for a little while. Between Sawyerville and Greensboro, we need folks in shelter there. It's really too late maybe, but off toward the northeast, you got to be in shelter here in Hale County. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here, folks. So just checking some different information behind the scenes. The debris signature popping out so significantly on everybody Just never want to see that here. A large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, potentially causing extreme damage here between Sawyerville and Greensboro. I mean, goodness gracious, this is just really bad looking, and you're seeing at least some homes maybe in the path of this. Some homes, unfortunately, that are going to suffer extreme damage. We're talking about maybe what I'm seeing on the radar. Unfortunately, when we're talking about homes that are going to be completely wiped off their foundation. What I mean by that is that all you have left is that foundation. So this is one of those storms here. I know we've already seen homes completely collapsed on the foundation in some of the different pictures near Birmingham, even off toward areas near Ohatchee. But this is one of those situations. This reminds me a little bit of what we saw in Mississippi last year with some of those tornado emergencies that were issued down there. Extreme danger with this storm. This is one of those storms that you might not be able to survive in Hale County, folks. I hope this debris signature ramps down some. It's really not ramping down, though, right now here in Hale County, folks. Hale County, Alabama, a matter of life and death here. I know we've already had fatalities, and this just shows you, though, how serious this storm in particular is, I think, based on the greens and reds I'm seeing come together on air. We need folks in Hale County. You got to call your relatives if they're in the path of this. This tornado warning goes for Greensboro and also over the ward. It looks like Water Oak, if that's how you pronounce that. They're off in that polygon. And then a new warning. This is giving you guys an early heads up toward the north and east here, folks. Southeast of Tuscaloosa. We're talking about areas like Brent, Centerville, West Blockton, as well as the Briarfield, Ironworks Park, Low Gap, West Centerville, Mertz, Trio, if I'm pronouncing that properly, Marvell, 6 Mile, Bibb County Airport, Pearson, Harmon, and a large wedge tornado is likely moving through Hale County right now, with debris being lofted over 15,000 feet as I go ahead and move it back down. That's one of the tighter wind velocity couplets I've ever seen now, folks. 112 one way, 80 the other way on our radar source. This may be an EF4, close to an EF5. This is one of the strongest tornadoes we've had in this country in a while, folks. If you encounter this storm, if you encounter this tornado, you gotta get away from it. We're talking about, it looks like, as I'm clearing some of the roads, this looks like State Road 69 here. It's about to cross it, folks. A really, really bad, violent tornado on the ground here in Hale County. As you see, this moving off, that is a terrible debris signature. We've had bad debris signatures today. The one near Birmingham, but this right here, the Weather Service is now, as I'm looking here at the chat, anonymously monitoring, they're talking about this maybe being an EF3 plus tornado. So this is really bad, folks. I don't really want to go off in this type of scenario because we need everybody in the whole nation paying attention to Hale County, Alabama right now. North of Greensboro, we really need people in the shelter here. This tornado is going to be crossing State Road 69 over the next little bit. You got to be in shelter here if you're in this area. These winds really, really violently rotating. Probably going to get a tornado emergency for Centerville if this heads in that direction. Centerville, you really need to be going ahead and getting this shelter. You got to be thinking about what you're going to do, if nothing else, in Centerville. But you might want to go ahead and act, because this is one of those storms that, unfortunately, some structures, if you're in them, you're not going to survive. You're not going to survive in this scenario. I mean, some of these situations, people can get lucky, as we've seen with some of these other tornadoes today. This is one of those, though, that unfortunately is really sobering, my friends. You're seeing winds here. We're seeing winds maybe close to 160, 170. I mean, could be getting closer to 200 miles an hour with this. It's hard to say, but we need folks in shelter here. Let's run through some of those tornado safety tips right now. If you're just tuning in, we need to go ahead and talk about what's going on here. This is easily the worst tornado warning storm we've seen today, and we've already had fatalities there near Ohatchee, in the Ohatchee area in east central and eastern Alabama. So not good. You got to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, but really not just getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, but putting on that bicycle helmet. If you have a basement, get in that. If you have a storm shelter, this is one of those situations. I know I saw it in Mississippi last year. Everything around them destroyed. tornado emergency now being issued, but everything around them being destroyed, and people were taking shelter in a storm shelter. They survived, and other people, unfortunately, in that community there in Mississippi did not. So this is a catastrophic threat, folks. Catastrophic danger here in toward Hale County, Alabama. I cannot emphasize how dangerous this storm is near Greensboro, Alabama. We gotta get folks into shelter here. Tornado emergency. This is as bad as it gets, folks. Tornado emergency for northeastern Hale County. This is a pretty rural zone, and they issued this because this is the worst type of tornado you can ever see. I mean, this is by far, again, we've already seen deadly tornadic accident today, and this is by far the clearest tornado signature we've had on our Doppler radar of a violent tornado. This is textbook, folks, textbook tornado emergency, northeastern Hale County, particularly dangerous situation because this is a deadly tornado moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. We just have to, if you're in Centerville, get ready. You're going to be under tornado emergency soon. If this holds together, you have to be in shelter here, folks. You have to. This is really bad. What we're seeing develop our TVS signature. My goodness, I don't think I've seen a TVS signature with a 14 on there. That's just indicative of winds and that extreme range here as we're kind of backing things up. This is just tearing through parts of Alabama right now. This is just hopefully gonna wind down, but hope it's not a plan, folks. You got to go ahead and take action if you're in northwestern Perry and Bibb counties because this is headed your way. We're going to take a quick break, but I'm going to pretty much stay with this wall to wall because of the extreme danger. I'm going to just post to Twitter real quick. We'll be back by about 45 past the hour, but you got to be in shelter, folks. You have to be here. This is going to be one of the stronger tornadoes we've seen, not just maybe this year, probably the strongest this year, but it could be one of the strongest tornadoes. I mean, goodness, maybe of the decade here in the U.S. So you got to be in shelter. You got to urge your relatives to get to shelter. Of course, just remain calm, though. If you get to shelter, if you get underground in a tornado shelter, you'll be okay. If you get underground or in a tornado shelter, but if you're in a mobile home, you can't be in one of those. You just can't. And we'll be back here in a couple minutes with more information. Hale County, northeastern Hale, tornado emergency continues. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with this tornado emergency coverage, folks. An extremely, extremely dangerous tornado in progress here as we're moving from Hale County now into Bibb and Perry, where a tornado emergency just literally in the last couple seconds has been issued for that area as we're looking downstream. So you gotta get in shelter. Tornado emergency for southwestern Bibb. Particularly dangerous situation here with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous destructive tornado located 8 miles southwest of Mertz or 10 miles northeast of Greensboro, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. I see the mesoscale discussing has just come down on the storm, I assume, here. So not what you want to see, because this means it's one of those storms I'm going to time out, unfortunately, here for a while. So let's check that debris signature now. Not as bad as it was, but still a large tornado on the ground here, as being indicated by this signature. So you see how violent it was a couple minutes ago. We're not seeing as bad of one at this moment, but that could easily recycle here as we get closer towards Centerville. So do not let your guard down if you're getting towards Centerville here in Bibb County, Alabama. You can't let your guard down. You got to get to shelter. You're under a tornado warning, and that part of Bibb County could get upgraded to a tornado emergency at any moment. So got to watch here. I know that tornado emergencies don't cover the entire polygons at the point when they're issued generally, but it's got to be taken shelter indeed, as we just had a tornado warning issued up toward Birmingham. So let's get into that. Ooh, don't like that here. This is right near the metro. A tornado warning for East Central Jefferson now. Over northeastern Birmingham, might be seeing a circulation ramping up here. Let's check for debris. And we're not seeing anything, I don't think, at the present time, but you can't wait for a debris signature, because if you wait, unfortunately, that's precious time that you're wasting. So you gotta be in shelter here. If you're northeast Birmingham, possible tornado in its vicinity. We have Birmingham, Vestavia Hills, Homewood, Mountain Brook, Trussville, Gardendale, Irondale, Leeds, Moody, Fultondale, Center Point, Clay, as well as Pinson, Tarrant, Argo, even getting over toward Chalkville, the stops of Grand River and Kingston as well. So a tornado being indicated by radar under rotation right now here as we're looking right near I-59. So never good to see that in the metro. But down to the south where a violent tornado is in progress here, folks. Or at least strong tornado at this point. We have winds maybe about 125 miles an hour showing up, which still can be deadly. Those type of winds can be deadly. We've seen it before, maybe even today, as we had issues off toward areas there in eastern Alabama. I'm not sure on the winds on that storm there, but we're just tracking this as I go ahead and broaden it out so you see where we're talking. You see Centerville here under this, so got to be very mindful of what is going on if you're in the Centerville area. Again, we've been talking about this threat moving on in to that area. A really, really dangerous situation. You have to be taking heed here, folks. Don't want to go away really much in a tornado emergency, so we're kind of stick with you here. I know when we're in a national setup like this, especially, I don't generally stick with you because it's more important here for me to be able to get information behind the scenes, but I'm not on camera to be able to relay it, versus me just kind of continuously talking. But in a situation like this, we'll have the highest level of tornado warning being issued. We want to kind of talk with you a little bit more, so that's what we're going to do right now. I'll go ahead and get radar scope pulled up so we'll look at this from a different perspective here. Try to be able to see maybe a different color table on what is happening with the tornado emergency scenario. We're going to zoom on into this here. We have 3 tornado warnings, I believe, in the country here, and unfortunately, though, 2 of them are tornado emergencies, and the other one's in the Birmingham metro, as we've already had tornadic action there in the Birmingham metro with some pretty significant damage being reported. So let's pop up radar scope. You see that signature here. This is moving toward Brent. So if you're in Brent, you got to be in shelter there. And we have Centerville in that vicinity as well. Not really showing up on this mapping, but it's kind of interesting to be able to show different mapping to everybody here in an active scenario, so you kind of get an idea of different towns. But there's your information. I'll kind of maybe move this over a little bit more so you see that text. Tornado emergency for southwestern Bibb County. Particularly dangerous situation, folks. That confirmed large and destructive tornado on the ground. So let me go ahead and pull up correlation coefficient. We'll go ahead and see what's happening here. you'll be able to see that signature, and that's still showing up pretty prominently on our other mode, and that's why it's important. It's so different modes, maybe not as significant, but still could still be in that strong tornado range and still could be deadly here as we're looking in the ward parts of Alabama. So just getting a TDS now north of Irondale. So that's okay in the Birmingham Metro. So we'll go to that in a moment. We got 2 tornadoes on the ground. This one you can see the debris. It was winding down a little bit, but we had the black in there, the black debris signature, which is just terrible. And then you can kind of see that wind down a little bit. Now it's ramping back up. We got to get people in shelter toward the northeast toward Brent. So got to be in shelter there. And now a tornado in the Birmingham Metro. North of Irondale. We just had a debris signature. It might be this. Yep. I think it's that there at the very end. So this is a confirmed tornado now north of Irondale. We're near some interstates, folks. Really highly populated area. So even though and that really just went out a little bit more now. So a tornado on the ground. We said don't wait for the debris signature. And now, unfortunately, we have one. I mean, there's a tornado on the ground in the immediate Birmingham Metro. A different part of the Birmingham Metro. We already the south side hit today. Now the northeastern side of the Metro being hit by a tornado on the ground here, folks. So we need folks in shelter. It's going to be getting near Trussville. It looks like over the next little bit, I'll put a loop on here to be able to get a better idea of where it's maybe tracking. Let's go ahead and show you, as we talked about this time of day, it'd be when the atmosphere is maybe most primed for the destructive tornadic action, and it seems to be that potential coming to fruition now. As you can kind of see this tracking on off, we'll kind of see if we can get a better look at this here. I'm just trying to see, so you can see that here. So in the general direction of Trussville, you got to be in shelter there in your Birmingham. Major damage also being reported near Greensboro, Alabama. That's the other storm where we have the tornado emergency. So we'll get back to that here in just a moment. But there's your tornado on the ground in the Birmingham Metro. Down to the south here where we have the violent tornado, the long track potentially tornado here as we look ahead in the timeline, unfortunately, with the parameters in place. So let me go ahead and broaden this out a little bit. So we have 3 tornado warnings on the board right now. Let me go ahead and check to make sure I'm not missing anything here with the alerts. So again, just continuing the coverage now. You see this circulation moving toward Brent, toward Centerville here. Potentially violent tornado, and then up toward the north, the one in the metro. I'll go ahead and come back on camera now. I think we're going to go ahead and come back on camera to track this one out here in the Birmingham metro area. So there's the storm near Centerville, or in that vicinity anyway. Got to be in shelter in Centerville. But we have a tornado on the ground in the Birmingham metro now. That's really getting clearer and clearer. You see the debris here. Going to be right near I-459. That with those triple-digit interstate numbers, that just tells you how highly populated this area probably is. So let me, yeah, you can, oh goodness, you can see how highly populated this is. So we're going to know what's happened here, as you see an I-59 in there as well. So Trussville in the path, but right in the Birmingham metro, we have a tornado on the ground. Another one, we already had the one on the south side. Now on the northeastern side, folks, is just tracked here off toward the northeast. So let me go ahead and put some more tracks back on. Definitely Trussville in danger here, unfortunately, with this tornado. You see that debris signature. Hopefully it's a weaker one, but definitely could wind up. This is not a weak tornado here. This is a very strong tornado as we're looking toward Perry County right now with catastrophic damage probably occurring near Mertz or 13 miles southwest of Brent. So tornado emergency continuing there. We're getting a new update in. So just want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. That is a really, really bad debris signature, folks. I mean, that is something that you just never want to see. Not quite maybe as bad as it was earlier, but you can't nitpick in these situations as we have a violent tornado on the ground here in toward Alabama. Let's get back over now. We have our different tools in play. Let's go ahead and see. I kind of broaden this out enough so you can kind of see what's going on. Let's show you this perspective now. So there's our tornado. You got to be in shelter here. Got to be in shelter. That's a really nasty looking debris signature headed toward Brent. So let's go ahead and show you the track. So this is northeast at 60 miles an hour. So let's see where this is headed. We can just track this out. 60 miles toward the north and east here, folks. So if this were to hold together, which, I mean, it's not out of the question it could in this environment. I mean, in an hour or so, we're tracking this closer toward Childersburg. So this shows you, this could be one of the worst hours here we've seen in a while if this were to hold together through some pretty populated areas. So you see areas near Calera, if I'm pronouncing that properly, near the radar site, near where the Weather Service in Birmingham's at. So that would not be a good thing, obviously. I already had two chief meteorologists in the Birmingham market with tornado action going here over their homes. So not what you want to see here on a day like this. But again, let's go ahead and check on the other storm. I think we're getting reports now of debris at 8,000 feet on that. So let's pop this on. Let's see, they may be talking about the other storm still. I'm not 100% sure, but because we're not really seeing that debris if I'm looking here on this. So they might be doing a cross section and seeing it, how it's kind of ramping down. Maybe, hopefully it's ramping down, because this is so highly populated. Anything that touches down causes extreme problems there. Still, though, extreme problems, catastrophic problems down to the south as we look at a different motor debris detection. Just showing you how serious this is. You got to be in shelter. Just got to be in shelter here, folks. This is an extreme danger situation. We're going to try to kind of draw all this out. I mean, just in case maybe you're hearing impaired or something, we just want to make sure everybody knows what's happening. So I'm writing on the screen here, folks. I mean, this tells you how bad it is. So just extreme danger here. Extreme danger as you're looking here. Tornado emergency now for Brennan Centerville. So you got to be in shelter, folks. We've already been talking about it, but this tornado is headed right in this direction. You have to be in shelter here. This is a matter of life and death here. This is one of those terrible tornadoes we talk about in the Weather Enterprise for a long time. I know we've already, again, I keep repeating this, but we've already had fatalities off toward the east there. But this is one of those storms where we might not have much, but this foundation's left. So we have to get people into shelter. Catastrophic damage possible in this area. You got to be in shelter. Again, tornado emergency for Brent, for Centerville. You have to be taking action. So again, you just got to get into shelter here. Just again, you're tracking this. So take action, folks. This is what it's all about. You got to take action. Just please get to shelter here. This is really bad at stuff we're dealing with on this Thursday in the spring now, in fact. So you got to take action here if you're in the path of this. So just really trying to make sure you know what's headed your way here. You got to take action, folks. This is really dangerous stuff that we're dealing with. So I'll go ahead and come back on camera. We'll transition away from radar scope for now. As we continue to watch things, as we continue to track everything that's going on here. That debris signature is so significant. We have a violent tornado in progress moving towards Centerville, toward Brent here in Alabama. An EF4 type scenario, maybe even worse than that. As you see this here, that debris signature, as we get from Perry to Bibb counties, you see Centerville in the path of this. We're going to take, I think, a quick break here, but we're not going to be gone long. I just want to get another tweet out about this. It's 5:59 Eastern, 4:59 Central, so I'll go past at the top of the hour if anybody's tuning in for the update at the top of the hour, so make sure they know what's going on. As we kind of lose track of time in a situation like this a little bit, but this tornado emergency here going until 5:30 Central Time for Centerville and Brent. So that's for another 31 minutes or so, but you don't have that long to take shelter. In fact, let me get you a timeline on this a little bit more. Again, the movement's at 60, so we're talking only 8 miles. If you do the math here, I mean, that's about maybe 10 minutes or so, give or take. You got to be going to shelter now, though. Don't wait 10 minutes, because this is one of those storms for certain there's a tornado underground. It's not a radar-indicated tornado. It's a certainty there's a violent tornado on the ground here coming from areas of Perry and Bibb County right now. Please take shelter. This is so serious. It's gotta be emphasized here. This is just one of those storms you never want to see. here in the Weather Enterprise. I keep saying that, but there's your debris signature. We'll get an update. Still moving that way. Please, please get this out there. If you're in Brennan Centerville, this is one of the worst storms we've seen in a long time, folks. I'm begging you guys, if you have relatives there, call them, please. We got to get the word out. This is really bad stuff that we're dealing with in the ward parts of Bibb County. We're talking about a violent tornado on the ground here, moving towards Centerville, toward Brent. We hope it weekend. That's not a plan, though. Hope is not a plan. You gotta take action. You gotta get this out there, folks. This is a tornado that is gonna cause extreme damage. It's already caused extreme damage. This is near Harrisburg right now, the community of Harrisburg, or 8 miles southwest of Brent, moving east or maybe northeast here at about 50 miles an hour. Please take shelter. Gonna be back in just a couple minutes here, give or take. Let's say by about 5 after with more information. back here in the Weather Center, still following this extremely dangerous, life-threatening weather situation here in Bibb County, Alabama. Just getting the latest information out on Twitter for everybody maybe driving or just not able to be by a phone relay to stay tuned to exactly what's happening minute by minute. But Brent and Centerville, they have to be in shelter here, folks. An extremely dangerous, life-threatening weather situation. You see the debris signature moving right toward Brent and Centerville, folks. We kind of watch this as it moves off and then moves further on here, folks. So have to be in shelter. I see a considerable tornado warning's been issued downstream now for areas like Calera. They're maybe upgrading this if this holds together off toward the north and east, but Chilton and Shelby counties until 6 o'clock Central Time under this tornado warning. So that's a new one, but this one here with the most danger right now is in Bibb County. It goes until 5:30 Central. Let's go back to radar scope. I have a good view of this here as we're going to zoom in real tight on what is going on. Let's pop this up. There's your debris signature moving right toward Brent, right toward Centerville. People have to be in shelter. This is extremely dangerous stuff that we're talking about here. You have to be in shelter in this scenario. Again, it's a matter of life and death. I don't use that phrase, that phrasing, Roy, lightly. I don't take it lightly here at this point. I'm just checking some things behind the scenes over on Twitter to try to get the latest information out. Here right now, again, violent tornado on the ground here in Bibb County, Alabama. Gotta get people into shelter here. Moving toward Brennan, Centerville, and Bibb County. Just want to get everybody as many walls. Get everybody that have as many walls between them and the outside as possible. So again, I'm gonna go ahead and get back onto the radar now so we can focus on what's happening here. That's just extreme debris. I can check some of the other radars even because we were to take the lofted debris a little bit here. So we have a situation. We have the Jackson radar. Hopefully we're not seeing it from Jackson, and actually I don't think you can because we're a little too far off on the way the range is on the radar. But this is off of the Columbus radar, and you can see that really clearly. So that's really bad news. We haven't had anything like that all day. As bad as things have been, this is getting up there. I mean, 8,000, 9,000 feet. A really clear debris signature. And Maxwell radar probably showing it too. That catastrophic damage threat does continue here. This is looking up here, and we're going to go ahead and check this now. We're talking about 8,000. This means that the tornado is extremely strong because you can look at debris signatures and the height of them to see just how bad a tornado is, and this is a bad one, folks. So let's get back in here to see what's going on. This is off the Montgomery radar, seeing the debris. This is a situation we'll probably even have fallen debris here once this winds down because it's just going to cause so many issues as it moves toward Brent and Centerville. Folks have to be in shelter here. I cannot emphasize that enough here toward Brent, toward Centerville in areas of Bibb County. So catastrophic threat, folks. Catastrophic danger. A matter of life and death. Time's running out here. And toward this area. I don't mean to scare you. You got to remain calm, but you have to be taking shelter here as time, unfortunately, here is winding down here to take shelter. So let's get to shelter. Emphasizing that a lot. Let's check some of these other storms here too. We're sticking with it because we have other storms. With that storm near Birmingham, we had a debris signature popping on up at times. Luckily not popping out, and it's close to the radar, so hopefully it was a brief, weaker touchdown. But getting some different reports, maybe trees uprooted in the city of Roebuck, so possible tornado damage there. As we're looking toward that region, as we look at the circulation, you see the debris signature pop back out. You can't wait for a debris signature as we talked about, but toward the south, again, there's a very, very clear debris signature. This is moving right toward Centerville, right toward Brent there in parts of areas in Bibb County. So still tracking this tornado emergency, folks. The highest level of tornado warning issued by the Weather Service. We had one earlier for the South Birmingham area, now one for Centerville and Brent. Catastrophic tornado moving in. Just extremely serious. As we check some of the other communities in this, we're talking about Ashby, the Briarfield Ironworks Park, West Centerville, Trio, 6 Mile, and Bibb County Airport. So moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is a quick mover, and that unfortunately means it could hold together into a lot of areas as this kind of tracks the one end. So tornado emergency, extreme danger here. You have to be taking action. We're going to get it through these areas around Centerville and Brennan, and I might catch my breath here for a moment as we try to find out exactly what's going on. But the images that are going to come out of this area, unfortunately, are ones that are going to be probably pretty bad. So Centerville, Brent, got to be in shelter. Let's go back to radar scope. Step off camera here once again as we track this in toward this area coming right there now. You see it live on our Doppler technology. This is just a minute ago, that debris showing up here. You see this so clear. I hope it's missing the highest population density, but it's hard to say here at this point. Can't really tell because some of our radars show one town or the other. So hopefully it's missing the worst population density here, that making it a worst case scenario, but we can't really tell here at this point as we see that popping out so significantly. Again, it's over Brent now, and really going to be impacting areas around Centerville here as well over the next few minutes. So again, a tornado emergency, a matter of life and death here in parts of Bibb County, Alabama, as we see this track on off northeast at 55. So let's go ahead and break down some of the towns in the path of this, as we are seeing here this storm tracking on off. So northeast at 55, you see this here. We're kind of going off into the distance. This isn't the whole hour, but you kind of get the idea. It's most of the hour here at this point. You see areas eventually near Calera will have to really be watching. Really be thinking now if you're in Calera about what you're going to do. And really, you might want to go ahead and take shelter because there's a tornado warning in play. You may not even want to wait. You might just want to go ahead and take action if you're in Calera because you don't maybe have that time even. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get out, though, if you're in Calera. If you're under a tornado warning, you can't be in that mobile home, especially a tornado warning like this. So please call your relatives if you're in this area. Let's take off some of our radar information for a moment. See if I can maybe at least put on regular radar so we can see a little bit better of what's happening to some of these communities here. So we have Brennan, Centerville down here, and then we have Wilton, Montevallo there, Calera, in this Jemison, Columbiana, Wilsonville under this as well. So gotta be taking action if you're in this area. This tornado is moving on in. Again, northeast 55 miles an hour. The tornado tracking here. So Calera is the next really big population area in the path of this, it seems. I'm not 100% sure with the geography here, but that's what it looks like based on my map. And Calera is a pretty big community as we're getting closer to that radar site near the airport there, I believe. And I know that's where the Weather Service is at in that region. So I just got to be taking shelter, taking action here. That is so tight. That is textbook here, folks. As we go back over now, zooming back in. My gracious, that's really something. 142 one way. Maybe not as much the other way, but it might not really matter. I mean, that's winds here. As we just see it tighten maybe a little bit. 133, 142, 34. So that's about 170 miles an hour of rotation. A lot of this, if not all of it, translating to the surface. We're looking up a little, so hopefully not all of this is translating. But you see that there. I'll go ahead and come back on camera now so we kind of give you a different look at things. Real quick, I'll show you what's happening right near Centerville on this scan of the Doppler. I see a St. Clair County tornado warning just come out. So let's check on that. This here we're talking, that's been out a few minutes. This is what happens when we're tracking so many different storms. I apologize on that. It's been out a little bit for St. Clair, but this is for a tornado signature or a confirmed tornado at one point over in the Trussville area. So not good at all. But down to the south now, debris ball. So went up. I know we kind of headed into Birmingham Metro earlier, but there's your debris ball, and that is something that means we've had a large tornado go through an area and pick up so much debris. It's being detected even on the base reflectivity, as you see that correlating with the correlation coefficient itself. So not good. This tornado right there near and maybe just crossing US 82 here. Going to move in the general direction of Ashby as well. That's why it's important to go between different geography mapping systems here as well, because you can see some different communities to warn Aspie, and then Calera downstream, maybe Montevallo as well. You see other areas, maybe it is passing just to the north of communities like Jemison, but it's hard to say for sure at this point. I think it will, but this is a storm. I mean, some of these occasionally you've seen in the Midwest before can start turning right with the most extreme tornadoes. So there's your signature. We have 5 tornado warnings on the big board now. So let me go to that. We've been showing this to you in a little while, our big board, so we can kind of run down everything that's happening. I know some of you in other areas with tornado warnings as well, or with interest in other zones. So let's go ahead and show you what's happening. So we have the Bibb County situation, Tilden, Shelby with that, we're at St. Clair with the storm that's been near Birmingham, and then we have storms in North Carolina. We have a few warnings out that way to get to. So let me go ahead and punch this up here. You see tornado warnings just east of Charlotte there, near Locust. It looks like also near Albemarle as well. So getting in toward that region. You kind of see this axis there with the circulation moving on in. So there's our circulation tracker as it loads into our system. You're able to see what I'm talking about with this. Luckily not too tight, but that might be because of a radar situation, folks. It's hard to see sometimes different radars, the circulations, but down toward our west here, it's not hard to see these circulations. This is near Asheville, Raglan, getting close to an area that's already been impacted. Really tight circulation there with a history of at least a little bit of a tornado, but now tornado emergency situations do continue to be escalated here off toward the east and northeast. Checking here, looks like still continuing the catastrophic damage potential in Bibb, as you would expect with the debris ball like we've just been seeing here. So let's go ahead, and I mean, it's just completely not even showing on our color table because it's so serious, the debris right now. I mean, I can look at the numbers here. We're at like 30 something percent. That's how bad this and thick as this debris is here, as being seen by the Doppler, because of it being just such a strong, violent tornado here on the ground in Bibb County, Alabama. Again, if you have relatives in this area, check on them, make sure they know if they're downstream, if they're behind this. You got to see if there's been some big impacts to their community or not, depending on where they're at. So again, violent tornado on the ground here in Bibb County, Alabama, tracking this off toward Chilton and Selby here, Chilton and Selby counties, as tornado watches continue here at about 8 o'clock Central Time, as well as that PDS threat, which is coming to fruition here today, unfortunately. As you see that debris ball here, we've been talking about it. When you see something like this, it's what we used to look for in the olden days, Roy, in meteorology. You would see this and you would know you had a debris signature. You wouldn't need correlation coefficient when you had something this serious and this clear, but now we have debris detection, which is a lot more helpful in these lesser tornado situations to see if something's on the ground at all. But this is not one of the lower end situations. This is one of the higher end situations. And you got to be in shelter in the Aspie community. Please take shelter there if you're in Aspie, if you're in Calera. Let me put our tracks. I think we had one actually. So let's see. Aspie, Calera. Take shelter here. Please get to that interior room away from windows. Bicycle helmets important. Shoes important in these situations for that debris that could happen afterwards. So please take action if you're in the tornado emergencies that have been in play, or if in that PDS warning downstream. We're going to take a quick break here. Got to catch my breath real quick, as we're in a little more rural zones at this point. Of course, if this is my area, I'd be on wall to wall with this tornado emergency, but we're covering this from a national perspective here. So right now, there's still a lot of population in here. It looks like in point. I mean, you got some places here that are going to be impacted, unfortunately. So take shelter. Be back in about 10 minutes or so with more information here, as we have tornado emergency situations in play. Got to be in shelter in Aspie, Calera, Jemison. Eventually going to be maybe seeing a violent tornado cross Interstate 65. So very, very important to be not driving here on Interstate 65 if you're between about Jemison and Calera, or a little bit north, closer toward the radar site. So bad stuff. Be back in about 10 minutes with more information. Please take shelter if you're under a tornado warning on a very, very dangerous and probably going to be a historic March 25th, 2021. See you in 10 minutes. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour to continue our continuing tornado emergency coverage here, folks. A tornado emergency around Aspie right now here in Bibb County for a violent tornado on the ground. Aspie and Briarfield really in the most danger at this moment. Life-threatening, catastrophic damage threat there, and it's soon going to be moving away from Bibb County and into Chilton County and Shelby County. So Chilton, Shelby, I know Chilton, in fact, if they zoom out a little bit, they had to deal with a tornado that was really significant down toward Clanton last week. A tornadic accident all around, and now, unfortunately, here to the north, getting something really dangerous. So let's go ahead and go over to our radar scope technology. We're going to update that real quick before we switch you on over. Excuse me here. As we go ahead and do that, you'll be able to see that hook. You can see that really tight here south of Wilton. And we're tracking this off toward the north and east. So Calera, this may go just to the south, but you're under the warning, you can't mess around. This is going to cross, though, Interstate 65 here in just the next little bit. So there's your interstate. There's the track or general track of this. The speed is about 60 at the last check, now 50 on this. So let's go ahead and track this off. About 50. We can't put all of it on here, but you kind of get the idea. So let's go ahead and just wind it on down. So this is going to be near I-65 here. Excuse me. Near I-65 here, probably in about 10 minutes, give or take. So got to be not on that interstate. If you're there between about Jemison and just north of Calera, can't be on 65 right now. We got a tornado that is going to pretty much tear up everything in its path, moving that way. So you have to take action. Again, just please take action here. This is south of Wilton. Again, we're continuing to monitor this very, very carefully. Tornado emergency for Montevallo, Wilton, and Calera there in Chilton and Shelby County, that zone. We're talking with this moving there, again, about 50 miles an hour or so. So let me go ahead and pop myself back on the camera now. We're watching this. It stands out like a sore thumb, and when you have something standing out like a sore thumb here and close to the radar like this, it's not a good thing at all. We're getting this closer to the ground, only 670 feet up, and that means most of this wind is translating. Some of it's starting to get contaminated in here a little, which is going to make it harder to pick out exactly what's going on. But 66 one way, 91 the other. That's about 150 mile an hour tornado. That's going to just really tear up everything in its path. Again, the contamination here makes it tougher to see what's happening. So we can't really figure out exactly how things are going. But looks like that tornado's over to Briarfield. Ironworks Park now, moving northeast at 50th near Montevallo. Let me go ahead and get our other radar on here to see if I can go ahead and see what is happening from a different perspective. We'll look at the Maxwell radar like we did earlier on the Birmingham situation. I know this can kind of help us in these scenarios sometimes as we're switching between things to try to give you the very latest information, because it's hard to see exactly what is happening when we're getting so close to the radar or so far from the radar. But this here gives a little bit better vantage point on what's happening. So here's that circulation moving there from, it looks like, Bibb into Chilton and toward parts of Shelby County as well. You see the blue, the bright blues, the reds, oranges coming on together here, moving here toward northwestern Chilton, also parts of southwestern Shelby County. So if you have relatives in this area, they have to know what is headed their way. A violent tornado with a history of extreme damage moving their way here, folks. It doesn't get much worse than this in the Weather Enterprise. I mean, you can get hit by a hurricane, but this is worse. You don't have much time to act here in these scenarios, and the debris, I'm sure, is going to sew up off of Maxwell. Not as bad as I thought at this point, 6,000 feet up, but still getting that debris to sew up to some extent here as it moves and translates off here in more toward areas of Chilton County. So seeing this getting closer toward Calera, we don't know if Calera will be spared or not. Can't wait to see if Calera is spared, though. You have to take action, because some of these are more dynamic setups here can kind of result in erratic storm movement at times. So you gotta, if you're anywhere in that tornado warning polygon, you gotta act. You gotta take shelter. Can't mess around. As you see, Talladega Springs here at the edge of this. Columbiana there in this tornado emergency polygon. Childersburg, Sycamore, eventually we were talking about those areas downstream earlier with the coverage. So definitely really being mindful of what's going on here. So I'm going to go over these tornado safety tips again. We went through them earlier, but it's always important to keep repeating them. in a situation so extreme as this one. So here's what's going on right now. If you're under a tornado warning, the one that's been spotted by the Doppler so clearly, so catastrophic. This situation is you have to seek shelter inside a 30 building. You can't be in a mobile home. It's too dangerous. And then you have to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, maybe in a bathtub, something like that. Cover yourself with pillows and blankets in these situations, and maybe even putting on a bicycle helmet can be helpful. So, again, we're continuing to watch this here, continuing to track, and I've been talking for a while, but in these situations, I don't really want to go off too much because people need to know minute by minute, second by second information here. So we're trying to stay on here as long as possible to keep everybody up to date on the path, in the path of this destructive tornado. Let's tell you here what it looks from our Birmingham radar scope computer now. We'll pull that source on, and you can see we're just so close to the radar. I know the Birmingham office may have to be taking shelter yourselves here. As you see, our winds, these are the ones that are going toward the Doppler. These are the ones going away from the Doppler here. And that's where we have our circulation so tight. Let's check our storm tracks here. Put some of those on. Put even some storm reports on. Maybe if we can get those in the system. Go ahead and zoom on out a little bit. It might be freezing up on us. So let me go ahead and come back. I think our system's going to freeze up on us. So let me go ahead, come back on camera here as we continue to track this tornado warning situation, as we are tracking everything that's happening with the tornado safety tips. I think our system is frozen because we're trying to ingest so much information. So let's go ahead and go back to our GR level 3 computer now. We'll check the debris. It's just so cluttered at this point on the Birmingham radar, but you see that circulation southwest of Calera. As we go ahead and switch on over. Let's go ahead and see this. You see it doesn't look as strong on here, but that may just be a factor of being so close to the radar. We're not getting the best vantage point of this. Maybe some contamination in here, so you have to watch for that. But we have Interstate 65 in the path of this. As this gets closer, at least to Calera, you see quite a bit of population in here as well. Of course, people don't all live in a city. I don't live in a city per se that's on a map, so you have to also focus on that. We have people out here, maybe quite a few people, depending on exactly where excuse me, the circulation, excuse me, so quite a few people where circulation might be headed, and it looks like there are quite a few people in this area. So again, we'll go ahead and see. You have up to the north here, Shelby County, the south, Chilton County. Again, tracking the action here so close to a radar site, and then you just have everything cluttered in there. It looks like debris. We had this kind of issue earlier because we're so close, you can't guarantee exactly what's happening. It's really happening, but we had this circulation here. I'm going to be crossing 65 in just a little bit. Let's go back over toward the Maxwell radar right now. We're going to see what's happening there. You can kind of see this here. So again, 65, Interstate 65 in the path of this. Kind of move over a little bit to point out what we're talking about. So coming very close to Calera, may end up getting into Calera. It's hard to say because we're so close to the radar. You can't mess around. You have to be in shelter in a tornado warning polygon, especially one where we have a tornado emergency in play for parts of this. A tornado emergency for Montevallo. If I'm pronouncing these right, I may be mispronouncing these a little bit because we're just focusing on everything, so I'm not watching other coverage. Maybe the local pronunciation's a little different, but you got the idea of what I'm talking about when I mention Montevallo, Wilton, and Calera here. Tornado emergency till 6 o'clock Central. Large violent tornado underground over to Briarfield Ironworks Park or near Montevallo. So just got to be in shelter here. We have Calera, Montevallo, Columbiana, Wilsonville, Wilton, University of Montevallo, Lay Lake, Selby, as well as looks like the Beeswax Creek Park, Alabama 4-H Center, that Alabama 4-H Center under that, and you also have Highway 145, County Road 46, Kelly Branch, Spring Creek, Gaston Steam Plant, Selby Sword also under this. So again, it's important to be taking action. Tornado emergency, the worst kind of warning you can get. Worse than a hurricane warning. It's the most dangerous type of scenario you can be in. Unfortunately, you have the high risk, you have the PDS watch, but now a tornado emergency. This is what Albany had, for instance, back in 2017. We had the 4 fatalities. This is what we had quite a bit of on April 27, 2011 as well. So kind of tells you what's going on I think the wind's getting really strong and even closer toward the radar site now, so that's caused some issues. One above Birmingham. So just have to be mindful of that. But that hook really well defined on our Birmingham radar here. Again, a tornado emergency in play here till 6 o'clock Central Time. Just got to be taking action here if you're in the path of this. Just got to be in shelter here, taking that action with the tornado emergency in play. Let's go back over to some of our other systems. I'll try to get radar scope back on here. So just bear with me as we continue to watch here a tornado emergency situation. So serious. Gotta make sure everybody's taking shelter. So here's our radar scope coming on up again. So here's our situation now. You see Montevallo, Calera, Wilton. You see Wilton over on the back side, but Calera, this is south, or on the south side of Calera, the worst danger. Let's zoom in a little bit tighter now. We're so close to the radar, it's going to be hard to see exactly what's happening, but let's see if we can correlate this debris a little bit. Catastrophic damage right there. Chilton, Selby, tornado over Calera according to the Weather Service, or if not, over Calera downtown, very close. You see something there, that's probably a large tornado still underground. We're not 100% sure, but you gotta think it is, considering we've already seen off toward the south and the west there. So coming very close to downtown Calera, as we are tracking this here near the interstate, something maybe like this, or I might even draw it a little bit closer here to Calera downtown. Again, people live outside of the downtown area, though, as we talked about. So that's something you have to be really careful with, too, when you're talking about a situation like this. We're going to loop this around. You're going to see that debris path. Let's see. And well, actually, it's so cluttered. Let me just go back to velocity because it'll be easier to pick out this way. Might even go to our rotation tracker in a moment. We'll probably pop that back on behind me here in this extremely dangerous situation. So there's our rotation. There's our gate to gate there in this area now. We'll go ahead and put this into looping mode. You can see how it's kind of evolved. It might, again, be contamination that's kind of showing things a little bit different. So let me go ahead and try to trace this out a little bit. And it actually has it getting closer to Calera. That's the bad thing about this. Sometimes when you're eyeballing things, it may be more up here. And that's why we have to be really careful. That's why we cannot mess around. When it looks like something might miss it downtown, we don't know. Can't mess around here, folks. Just can't mess around because the tornado could be further up toward the north, and we just can't really tell. So that's why we can't let our guard down in Calera. You have to be in shelter in Calera, folks. Crossing 65 now, it looks like, as we were warning you about. We have to be in shelter. You have to be in shelter there. And this actually had it further up toward the north, it looks like, off of Maxwell. And that's what I was afraid of. That's what I was concerned about. So there's your plus, there's your minuses. This is very, very serious stuff, folks, that we're dealing with here. Hopefully it doesn't hit the most populated area of Calera, but we can't tell for sure. If you're anywhere in the Polygon, you have to act. You cannot mess around. This is a tornado emergency. This is the worst type of tornado warning you can be in. You cannot mess around in these scenarios. There's now a gust of 46 knots being reported at the center there. Not too far away from this, at the Ritter site region where Weather Service is. So, getting some really high winds now. Nasty, nasty stuff. Again, we're anonymously monitoring things. We're not accessing the chat itself, so we're not tying up the actual infrastructure because there's so much need for it today. But we're looking at it on a different source here. We're able to see things in a monitor setup without even being in the actual chat session itself, not even in the live mode of it per se. But all right, let's go ahead and pull up our correlation coefficient now. Once again, it's so cluttered. I mean, we're looking off of Montgomery, Maxwell. Let me go ahead and pop this back up. We're looking here. Again, you're not going to see too much off of this one. Let me pull up Birmingham again. We're just kind of in a bad spot right now, but you just have to be acting, taking shelter. Again, we're trying to stick with you wall at this point. This tornado right near Calera could be further up to the north. We don't know for sure. We're so close to the radar, but anywhere it's within this boxed area I'm about to draw here. allowing for a little bit of a delay in the radar. It's the tornado right now. It's somewhere in that box. I know I drew it pretty large, but just trying to account for all the different possibilities of the radar being behind a little. With that tornado, you just saw it come out a little clearer, which we don't want to see it clearer, of course. But that's where the tornado is right now. But again, anywhere in the tornado warning probably gone, especially off here. Royal kind of just draw this. They're so busy at the Weather Service. Let's just kind of draw this anywhere east of this line needs to be still in shelter. Off to the west, of course. Off to the west, of course. Probably some damage, significant, maybe catastrophic damage. We've already talked about that potential for homes to pretty much be completely wiped out their foundation. That still stands, unfortunately. The tornado just crossed 65. It's still down, folks. Gotta be in shelter. This is one of those long track, life threatening, historic tornadoes that we're talking about for a long time here in the weather enterprise with these parameters in play. I know Mississippi so far has kind of lucked out, it seems like, but just continuing to watch things very carefully here. Tornado emergency still just crossing 65. So bad. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and come back on here. We'll go ahead and get away from our radar scope for a moment. Let me come back on camera. Again, this tornado emergency still standing as we would expect. We're now at about 5:46 Central Time here, 6:46 in the east. This is meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch what is happening near Calera with a violent tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and zoom back into that. You can see that even clearer here. So you can see it crossing the interstate. This is probably a mile or two south of downtown. But again, addresses of Calera probably impacted by this so severely. Don't know the accident situation there either. But let's kind of zoom in actually to see if we can kind of get a better look at things in here. That's hard to say, but definitely seeing some impacts. It looks like maybe some apartments or subdivision right here. Just going over that maybe, and that's never what you want to see. Crossing Interstate 65, this tornado still on the ground, still doing extreme damage, it seems, here, just near the radar site. You see that debris pop out there. This might actually be what we're talking more. It's kind of cluttered in here still, but again, still watching this, still tracking this. I'm going to catch my breath real quick here, but still bad stuff in Alabama this afternoon into the evening hours. We'll be back here by about 55 past the hour with more information. Again, Calera under this tornado emergency still, and watching areas downstream as well. An extremely dangerous weather situation continues on a high-risk day here in the southeast. Be back by about 55 past the hour with continuing tornado emergency and severe weather outbreak coverage. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here as we continue our tornado emergency coverage. A very, very violent situation occurring in Alabama where we have a tornado moving closer toward Columbiana now. Weather Service urging people in Columbiana to take shelter. So if you have relatives in that area, please give them a call. They don't have much time to take shelter here as we're looking toward parts of Shelby, Talladega counties. This is in Shelby right now. You see this really, really tight circulation. We're close to the radar, so it might even be a little bit worse than this. But you have this path that we're tracking with this, and it's going to ultimately get into toward Talladega County. We'll have to watch for areas that are not far from Childersburg even. This has been a long track tornado, just so serious. Catastrophic damage potential still. It's over or near Columbiana right now, over northeast at 50, maybe in those Columbiana addresses at least. So you have to be in shelter here if in this area. Let's go back to radar scope as we're getting some more scans in over there right now. I'll go ahead and pop that on. Try to give you that vantage point. So here is that viewpoint. Again, this goes to 6:30 Central Time for parts of Shelby and Talladega. A tornado emergency, the worst kind of warning you can ever get from the National Weather Service. Still in play. We've had tornado emergencies here over the better part of an hour and a half or so, hour and a half. With this action, so you have to be taking that action here if you're downstream. This is still a matter of life and death. This is not really weakened per se in terms of the overall seriousness of the situation. We hope it's weakened some at ground level. We're not really sure on that, but we have had it on the ground still, and you got to be treating this with the utmost seriousness. A historic tornado on the ground is what it seems to still be at this point as we're looking to the east really of the radar site there in Birmingham. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up correlation coefficient. Again, there's our debris signature, and that tells you about everything you need to know with this, how dangerous this is, and when we're seeing it go out that deep here with the actual signature, with some of those blacks, whites trying to get in on there with the coloration within our color table, meaning the debris is just so significant. They're near Columbiana now, as you see that update going on the east side of town maybe, or in toward Columbiana even, as you saw that on our latest imagery. So again, tornado emergency, folks. Have to be in shelter. Got to watch toward Wilsonville, Childersburg, down toward Sylacauga, that they're not under the warning, so hopefully we're going to miss some towns or the worst of the population areas, but still tornado emergency in play. Another debris ball, folks. And this is still a bad, bad thing as we go over toward our other radar. Oh boy, you can really see just how bad that debris ball is right now. That is something that I don't know if I've seen it pop out like that before, honestly. That is just terrible. As we go ahead and go back on over. Let me go ahead and come back on the camera now. We're still continuing our special coverage of this historic event. I know the last couple high risk haven't lived up maybe to the worst case scenario level, but this one has, it seems. It's the absolute worst case scenario in terms of a situation where we have a violent tornado going across the state of Alabama here. I mean, during rush hour even. Now, it didn't maybe necessarily go to downtown Birmingham, but you get the idea. It's really a reasonable worst case scenario here on this Thursday in late March. In spring now, as we go back on over, tornado emergency still. Those are the only two tornado warnings in play in the country, the tornado emergencies. So maybe we'll get lucky when we'll have other storms evolve that are too serious in nature, but that's definitely a possibility as well. So let me go ahead and dive back in on what we're doing here near Columbiana. With that debris ball, which makes things so bad. There's everything lining up, and that means we have just the worst type of scenario here. It's been on the ground here for over an hour. It's so nasty as we're tracking it, and we're going to be watching this cross. It looks like State Road 145 over the next little bit. We're going to be going south of Wilsonville maybe. But there's your debris signature. And that's right over at least some homes. It looks like no doubt going to have extreme damage to them. As you just see, I mean, you can see a lot of forest in here, but still some maybe home action in here as well. And that's just an awful thing here, folks. Again, still so important to spread that word about this tornado situation here. As we look off toward the north and east, everybody has to know what is going on. As you see that going off here, folks. In toward the viewpoint. We're going to be tracking again toward State Road 145. and a tornado hour 15 minutes or so at this point. And we're tracking it further off more toward east central Alabama now here with the tornado emergency now, just the one tornado emergency in play at the top of the hour. We're going to go ahead and reset things. Some of you might be tuning in for the top of the hour. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center on what has been a very serious day. Latest media reports, they're up toward the northeast as we get zoom on in up here actually. I'm going to go ahead and zoom on in. Ohatchee, 5 fatalities according to James Spann's Twitter account. Saw that just a few minutes ago in between updates here. So that tornado signature was pretty clear, but so I mean, just the parameters in play down to the south really, unfortunately, tell the story on what's going on though, about how serious things are near Columbiana, near maybe Wilsonville over the next little bit, with the overall violent tornado potential at a really high level still. I mean, Storm Prediction Center even changed their outlook because of the extreme danger that some of these storms are promoting here, have the potential to promote. So let me go ahead and switch back on over to this. You see our high risk area in the purple, at moderate risk even getting in northwestern Georgia here. So Rome under that, Chattanooga, you kind of get the idea. A lot of Tennessee under a moderate risk for that tornado potential here. That strong tornadoes possible in this area. That's a wide zone still, even though we just have the one here that's so serious as they go back over to spotters. You see so many on here, even people streaming videos, which tells you just how dangerous this is here. So many people watching what's happening. An unreal scenario this evening in central Alabama. A historic tornado on the ground still. Tornado emergency for Columbiana and Wilsonville. Deadly tornadoes, what the Weather Service is calling this still. As we look back over the last hour or so, we'll go ahead and see what's been going on here. As we said, you saw that rotation in the north, but to the south is the one that's been so serious, going to grab most of the headlines, probably, as it rightfully should, based on what we're going to see in the damage. You see Brent there, Calera, as we get toward Columbiana as well. Calera, you kind of get the idea. So again, seeing that action, just checking everything out, and just still trying to give you that grand scheme of things here. The overall risk, you see that on our screen. So tornado emergency still continues. We've been tracking a lot of bad stuff. Let's go back over towards ZR level 3 now. You see that debris ball still, and that is a terrible, terrible thing here. As you saw it just go away after that latest update. But point is, when you get that, I mean, that's what we saw in the olden days with the worst type of tornadoes before you had your correlation coefficient. When you had that debris just hitting up so high, so clear, so violent of a tornado occurring, it still means that violent tornadoes occurring. It's just that's another way you can see stuff, and that means it's so devastating, more than likely to these communities. So we're going to take a quick break into coverage again. I know it's tornado emergency. We're going to have everything up on the screen here. We're not going to be gone too long. It's about 3 past the hour now, so I'll be back about 10 past. So give me a few more minutes. Tornado emergency continues for parts of Shelby, Talladega County till 6:30. You have to be inside there, folks. This is a matter of life and death. Even if I'm off for a few minutes, it doesn't mean the situation's ramping down. You have to be taking action to protect your life and really everybody's life around you. Back here in the Weather Center about 10 after the hour. We're still watching a tornado warning for the Childersburg area, Wilsonville as well. More of a observed situation versus a considerable damage or catastrophic damage threat right now. So even though the Polygon has a tornado emergency type look to it, it still shows that on our screen. It's no longer a tornado emergency, which is some good news for folks here, but can't let your guard down. You still got to be in shelter. If relatives are in this area, just got to know that this could ramp back up really quick and produce a significant, deadly, devastating type tornado. I mean, even a lower end tornado can be deadly, though, as we know. So we have to go ahead and go back on in here. You still see some winds 70, 80 miles an hour showing up as we go between some of our different color tables. And I still had a debris signature near Wilsonville, but that's starting to break up finally. But we've been tracking this on the ground for the better part of an hour and a half now, maybe even a little bit longer than that, to be honest. So it's hard to say, but I mean, we've been tracking this for a really long time here with the tornado emergency scenario in play. So no telling once the crews get out there to survey more of the damage. There's just going to be homes probably. I would suspect, based on what we saw, we'd be lucky if we didn't have numerous homes that were completely wiped off their foundation here, as we've seen this track across the state of Alabama over the last hour and a half or so. As we go over the last hour, I'll put our look of our radar rotation tracker on here, folks, and you'll be able to see what's going on with this. You saw that rotation so tight around Brent, tracking that here near Calera, as you saw it near Columbiana, and starting to ramp down some, though, as we get it off toward the east. Luckily, we're always seeing that ramp down, but we don't know how long that'll last. Hopefully, it's a lasting trend, though, but still that tornado warning for parts of Shelby and Talladega counties here until 6:30 Central. But you see that area of rotation, that area there, that track with this. Let's go ahead and put our parameters on. This is our surface phase CAPE. You see it running out of energy a little bit. That might be a reason behind this weakening some. Hopefully, we'll see more of that occur here as we track it off. And then our tornado parameters in play, you see 2 out of 3. Hopefully, we can see this ramp down some, but a lot of these parameters will still stay in play overall. No letting your guard down for sure. You see how they were a little higher back to the west, though. Still could have a tornado evolve at any moment. You still see some helicity here as well, and that's a concern. So we just have to continue to be watching it. But what this service now saying, as I'm looking here, not asking in the chat, but anonymously monitoring things to make sure the infrastructure is being freed up on this serious day when everybody's really paying attention to things. It's looking like that they might be done with this storm now, in fact, because it's really winding down here. It looks like it might have been on the ground about 100 miles, though. So not good, not just a trail of destruction, no doubt, across Alabama. It's going to be something that we're seeing on the news, national news for days, no doubt, because of what occurred here in this state. And just going to see exactly what did end up taking place. And we had another storm up toward the north earlier there as we were looking. Again, I'll kind of zoom on in toward the north, as I think they've just dropped a tornado warning, in fact, for Shelby and Talladega, as we saw it ramping down. So no longer any active tornado warnings, which is great news considering what we just have gone through and where we're going to go through in the future with the aftermath, no doubt, of this tornado. But we had, of course, the tornadic action toward the north here earlier. We've been tracking everything that's been happening, no doubt. Ohatchee there. Getting into ward a disruptive tornado, at least 5 fatalities, according to James Spann's social media account there on Twitter, ABC 3340, chief meteorologist who had damage to his own home even today. So right now, calming down a little bit, but thankfully, it might be coming down quite a bit for the time being. We can't let our guard down. Goodness gracious, what a day it's been, and what a day it could still be here, folks. The high risk and play PDS watch here, as well as things could start ramping back up at points here on the map at any time. So we're going to take a break right now in just a moment till about 30 past, unless we get something ramping back up on us. Let's go ahead and check power outage information, though I haven't really done this too much today. This can kind of help us to show you that trail of destruction here. This will be helpful to kind of get a gauge on things. And I see Alabama over 35,000 in the dark right now, 35,703 customers, according to PowerOutage.us. So let me go ahead and show you this here. We'll go ahead and zoom in on this, and you can see some of these areas impacted, like Bibb, where we were tracking the destructive tornado, about a third of the customers in the dark. But some of these areas here, folks, we're talking about really that they're just obliterated maybe, so this number might not even be accurate, but a lot of these that are out could have just extreme damage in their areas. So this number doesn't tell the whole story. It helps to see the path, though, of the action, really. Green, hail, Bibb, still, but you kind of get the idea with some of this, the stuff up toward Birmingham, northeast of there, with the deadly tornado near Ohatchee in the Ohatchee area. So, this is probably a deadly tornado to the south as well, though. But on the ground for about 100 miles or so. This tornado is destructive, violent tornado at times, no doubt. So we have to continue just to be mindful of more accidents getting going. But right now we're going to take a break. We'll be back here at the bottom of the hour with more information, as we don't have any active tornado warnings right now in the country. That could change quickly, though, and we'll be here to let you know about it. As we're now getting new reports in from a spotter, the spotter network, and now those warnings are gone. We're going to start getting reports flooding in. 1 mile south of Columbiana, multiple homes heavily damaged on Mooney Road near and on Deborah Drive. Unknown injuries, but I cannot imagine the type of devastation we're going to see here in these images over the next couple of days in that path zone, because that was one of the strongest tornadoes we've had in the U.S. here in the last decade or so. Might be the strongest, one of the strongest we'll have this decade here as well. So serious, so devastating there, that tornado. No active warnings, though, for tornadic accident at the present time. So let's go ahead and take a break to the bottom of the hour. We'll start doing our coverage about every half hour, as we had talked about here earlier on, when we don't have as much to go over here in the Weather Center. See you at the bottom of the hour, everybody. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Thanks for trusting me through that tornado emergency scenario. Hopefully we don't have to deal with one of those again for a long time, but we'll have to deal with the aftermath, and still some tornado warnings still are going to be issued for sure here later on, and they still have a tornado watch to the north, even in the parts of Illinois and Indiana, till about midnight Eastern time or so. That's 11 o'clock Central time. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch things here in the southeast. That PDS tornado watch still going here till 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. Right now, things are in a bit of a lull. Hopefully, that lull just continues to exist here as we're looking later. I think we just saw some updates here on our map, in fact. As we're watching some things, I know a little bit earlier we had some of that watch in Mississippi trimmed away. They haven't had near as bad of a day in Mississippi, nothing like what they've had in Alabama today. They got lucky in Mississippi, but not in Alabama, unfortunately, as we're still seeing some significant issues, fatalities being reported there, as we've already talked about. So, serious, serious day. Got thunderstorm warning still on the board. I know we have some thunderstorm action here toward Butler, Alabama. That's on the severe side. Some thunderstorm warnings here between Jackson, Tennessee, and Corinth, Mississippi. And then as we get up toward Evansville, we have a thunderstorm warning. Louisville, thunderstorm warning. Tornado watch up that way as well. So we'll be watching for those parameters. Still have that high risk in play as well. So we have to watch for things to pop back up. I'm hoping things won't be as robust as they've been because we've already had two long track tornado situations across the state of Alabama. The one here earlier in the afternoon going on the south side of Birmingham. And then, of course, we were tracking that further off toward the east where we had fatalities reported and northeast there. And then also the other storm that was even more potent, maybe not hitting as many populated areas. We'll just have to wait and see. But it was more potent in terms of that rotation. As it pull up rotation tracker right now, we were to see what's happening on that mode of our tools. You can see here over the last hour or so that it was real tight here earlier on, but right now not as tight as we're looking toward Talladega. We even had another tornado in the north here on Birmingham impact them as well. We're still seeing some rotation though, so still be watching around Talladega and we'll keep you updated. But right now, doing the update here at the bottom of the hour, we're going to go back doing that for now here with this update at the bottom of the hour. And we're back at the top of the hour and reevaluate if we need to continue coverage past 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, or if we'll just come on here with streams if needed, if there's a tornado emergency or something that really ramps up on us here as we go throughout the evening hours. We'll make that decision here as we watch things over the next 30 minutes or so. But don't lay your guard down. You got to watch those local stations. They'll have damaged photos, the latest on your specific situation with the high risk in play here. These parameters still in play to some extent, no doubt. You just have to be watching here as things still can be pretty nasty on this Thursday. We've been talking about this day for a while with all the damage we're seeing, and just looking at some of those different pictures, some of those damage surveys. I mean, we had some strong to violent tornadoes around, no doubt about it here. Stay tuned. Be back at the top of the hour unless we need to come back on earlier with the latest weather information. Again, no active tornado warnings, but tornado watches 1 until 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central in the purple, a PDS watch, and 1 up until about 11 p.m. Central Time in the parts of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee for that tornado threat. They'll be watching up toward Nashville, for instance, that could get going later on in the evening. That's closer to that low pressure area, so be paying attention to that, of course. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue to watch this tornado outbreak situation. Things not as robust as they were, not near as robust as they were for the time being, but we still have to be on guard here as we are watching a tornado warning storm in the parts of southern Tennessee right now. Hardin County under a tornado warning. So let's go ahead and zoom in to that accent right now. This is near the community of Savannah and just off toward the east here, east at 45 in fact. So we'll be watching to see if this holds together or intensifies as it moves in towards southern Wayne County in southern Tennessee. So still watching the situation very carefully. We're watching the storm in toward Georgia as well. So let me go and go to our Atlanta radar. Right now it looks elevated according to some of our different tools that we're using here. So let me go ahead and show you this accent right now near Cartersville. We're watching some rotation, even seeing some odd signatures at times, but right now we think it's elevated. So we'll continue to watch it though to see if it maybe ramps up into something that becomes tornado warned. As I see a tornado warning has this been issued for Choctaw County in Alabama. So let's go ahead and move the radar over there. We'll zoom into this accent near Butler. You see some rotation starting to really ramp up, unfortunately, near the community of Butler here in Choctaw County, closer to where some of the tornadoes touched down last week. So not what you want to see or hear in the Weather Center, of course. So let me go ahead and pop up radar scope now. Just going to have to be watching here as Marengo County could be under tornado warning soon. Let me go ahead and pop up the Mobile radar. In fact, we'll go ahead and show you what we're talking about with the accent in toward Butler County in Alabama. So let me go ahead and zoom into this here. We're seeing some of this rotation on the Doppler, so we have to watch areas downstream here with this circulation. And in fact, we just got a mesoscale discussion to come in here as well. So let me go ahead and break that down for you. So let me go ahead and jump away from radar scope from our GR level 3 and go over to GR Earth where we just got that information in. So let me go ahead and read you what they're talking about as they go over away from the one radar viewpoint to the other, and they're saying that a new tornado watch will likely be issued by about 7:30 or 7:45 Central and effectively replace the ongoing PDS tornado watch set to expire at 8. Radar, the mosaic of that says several clusters of storms across Alabama and a band of storms near the Tennessee-Mississippi-Alabama border as of 7 p.m. Central Time. Although a considerable amount of convection has led to rain, cold temperatures, and a reduction in instability over north central and northern Alabama, a moist and adequately unstable air mass remains in place, given the presence of mid-60 dew points near the Tennessee border to upper 60s and that over southern and south central Alabama. Very strong low to mid-level flow will continually support updraft rotation with established mature updrafts here. That story. So it appears the overall severe threat has lessened compared to earlier, but isolated large hail damage and winds and a tornado threat will probably persist through most of the evening. It's unclear whether more than a few storms will pose a severe threat, but the environment will at least favor some potential for severe weather. So a new watch will have to come. Maybe not a PDS type watch, which would be some good news, but still have to be mindful. I know a new tornado watch got issued for the Atlanta area. Not a PDS watch over there till 2 a.m., but still can't rule out an isolated tornado or even an isolated stronger tornado. So we'll be watching that potential there. That's for west central and northern Georgia. You see that here as we kind of pointed out to you in that yellow color in North Georgia. So we're going to be watching that potential here very closely. We're looking here at some of these different storms. Have to watch for discrete storms, of course. Have to watch this storm down here as we just had a tornado warning issued for Marengo, it looks like. Or no, I take that back. It hadn't been issued yet, but that's just the mesoscale discussing. But we're just going to have to watch because there are some parameters in play for this to evolve. So continuing to watch this here. Let me go ahead and pull up our significant tornado parameter, and that is a concern here, folks, a little bit to see that purple in that zone near Demopolis. That could lead to some issues downstream. As we go to the north, a new tornado warning just being issued here for parts of, it looks like, getting over toward Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties, Waynesboro, under this tornado warning. A possible circulation moving in, a possible tornado with the circulation moving on into that area. This is still 7:45 Central for southwestern Lewis, northern Wayne, and southeastern Perry counties here in Tennessee. I know, still watching everything that's happened with the damage in Alabama. So much damage being reported, no doubt. Fatalities being reported. Still gathering the latest information on that. And I know we also want to just talk about the potential here for some of this accent in areas closer to us. I mean, not really talking about areas around Stark or Gainesville, even rain really in the picture. I know that Strawberry Festival important to some of you in Stark, and that's to be pretty nice here as we're looking ahead this weekend. The conditions will be on the warm side, so that's something you have to factor in as well. Of course, we'll be giving you the full update for next week's weather as we look ahead toward Monday. We'll also be watching for isolated strong storms in southern Georgia tomorrow to develop. You already see some storminess there as we look toward areas between Dawson and Morgan, at least some heavier downpour accents. So that's something to always be cognizant of, be aware of for sure as we continue to watch the grand scheme of things. I'm going to go ahead and switch this on over right now to a look at that outlook for tomorrow, though, with that severe threat in towards southern Georgia. We want to talk about areas like Dawson, Cordell. That's just out of our area in Cordell, but Dawson, Albany, Moultrie, Tifton under a threat here for some severe action tomorrow. So let me go ahead and we'll highlight that for you on the screen now. So there it is. You see what we're talking about here, that marginal risk in play from the Storm Prediction Center. 1 out of 5 on a scale, pretty low, more for isolated damage and wind gusts than anything. But we'll continue to watch, of course, being the Weather Center, giving you the latest updates on that threat. Let me go ahead now and broaden the view back out again. Go to our outbreak mode here on our other source. We'll see what's happening. You see the tornado watch, PDS still, but we're going to have a new watch coming soon. It looks like maybe not a PDS, so that'll be good news, but still got to be very cognizant of what's happening. Let's go over to our other mode here, the Doppler, our radar scope computer right now. You're seeing that rotation near Butler as we're talking about this here into our Choctaw County. Not extreme rotation like what we were seeing earlier. Hopefully we don't see that. It's not maybe a structured type storm for that at points, but we had the parameters in place. You saw off toward the east. We have to see if things overlap a little bit. That's something that could become a concern here, so we have to be very mindful of that factor as we're looking closer toward areas near north of Sweetwater as we're looking downstream. So I just have to be paying attention there for sure. We've had some damage reports of hail off toward the west, it looks like. As we just got a new tornado warning from Marengo County. That storm moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So I have to be watching there closer maybe toward Linden. Let me see if that's on our other source now, that new polygon that just came out. So there you go. You see that? Yeah, and closer to Linden, maybe to the south a little bit. We'll be watching that potential here to see how the parameters overlap a little. Since you see some of that action, unfortunately, still in the picture. Our energy value is still high enough to our helicity there, kind of a maxing on up there, pretty high. So have to be very cognizant. Looks like a few spotters in that area watching for that threat here north of Thomasville in Alabama. So got to be paying attention to the threat for sure to see if things really ramp up on us, because they could. Again, looking up toward Tennessee, we have tornado warnings in play. We're now up to 4 tornado warnings after not having any for a while, so things starting to ramp back up here in the weather picture. Let me go ahead and go over to our other toolkit, our tool in our toolkit. We'll see what's happening here. This is the action in Tennessee again. Let me go ahead and see what's going on closer toward Waynesboro, for instance. So let me go ahead and kind of give you an idea of what's happening in that area. We'll kind of show you here on our other vantage point. We're a little bit on the edge of some radars, but you kind of get the idea of some of the action. Let me check, see if Huntsville gives us a better viewpoint there. Yeah, not really, but that might make it a little bit hard to see exactly what's happening. But again, tornado warnings in play in southern Tennessee right now, so I have to be watching around Waynesboro here to see exactly what could ramp up. So I just pay attention there. Of course, we had the tornadoes go across Alabama today, so serious. Let me go ahead and take us away from some more different things towards some other sources. I know that mesoscale discussion in play. You see that in the blue, and then our watches still watching the tornado watches, as well as, of course, our Storm Prediction Center outlook. That tornado threat still so high. You see that hatched area. I know it kind of is vivid on the screen there, but that's where we have that highest tornado parameter, tornado threat in play. I know. Also tracking the damage up toward Ohatchee in Calhoun County, Alabama. We had 5 fatalities. Substantial damage to property and homes in the city there. That's the update on the fatality count in the report. That was about 2:42 Eastern, 1:42 Central Time. So just not good news at all in the Wardat community, in the Wardat vicinity. as we continue to track everything here in the Weather Center. You see that risk in play. Definitely worth noting for sure. Everything that's been going on here, and they just have to continue to be mindful of everything that can still happen. I know cloudweather.com/radar will be a good source to go to when I'm not on here with the latest information. If you want to zoom in for interactive radar, also NWS Tornado on Twitter gives you all those alerts as they're happening from the National Weather Service offices. So that's something that's really important you can do when I'm not on, so you get that very latest information. But let's go ahead, move away from radar scope for now. I'll go ahead and come back on the camera here about 11 past the hour on this Thursday evening, about 7:11 here, as we are looking toward parts of Alabama, for instance, Tennessee as well. You have that tornado warning storm up into toward Tennessee. I was thinking about going off here at the top of the hour with this update, but I think we're going to go ahead and continue coverage for now, tops and bottoms, and then we'll see how things, see if they escalate, they wind down. So we're going to continue coverage for now. That circulation's winding up a little bit as we get closer toward Waynesboro here. So we have to watch this in Wayne County, pretty favorable parameters. And then that storm toward the south as well, pretty favorable parameters as well. Already some damage here and there off toward the west. Let's check that Marengo and Choctaw. So let me go ahead and go over there now. We'll switch you on over, and we're going to kind of watch things here as we go half hour by half hour to see how the coverage needs to continue, or if maybe coverage doesn't need to continue. But there's your circulation moving from Choctaw and toward the Marengo area. So we have to watch that. Starting to see some ramp up a little bit as we get closer toward and past sunset here. So just be mindful. We're going to be back at the bottom of the hour with more information. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud turned the Weather Center 4 active tornado warnings, 1 for Marengo, Alabama, 1 for Choctaw. We're talking about down here, and then in Tennessee, Lewis, Perry, Wayne, Hardin under tornado warnings as well. As we go ahead and broaden things out, we'll leave you with that big view for now. As we continue to watch things, we'll see you back here at the bottom of the hour as we continue to reevaluate whether coverage is necessary here, depending on how big the things are in terms of that threat. I know it's a little bit tricky because these are still big deals in the local markets, the local stations covering things, but it maybe doesn't necessarily rise to the national level at points. But we want to just watch these because these can still ramp up a little bit more. We'll always be able to cut back in, of course, if we go off. So that's something to keep in mind as well if we do that here a little bit later on. But for now, gotta keep reevaluating things and see you back here at the bottom of the hour. Stay tuned. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue our severe weather coverage. A couple tornado warnings in play, one in Tennessee, one in Alabama right now, one near Waynesboro, kind of prompting my attention here, catching my attention a little bit. We're tracking that pretty highly populated area there in Wayne County, Tennessee. Have to look for debris, but we're pretty high up on this, so it's going to be hard to see if there's an actual tornado on the ground here in Waynesboro, but a nasty situation nonetheless there, Wayne County, Tennessee. The circulation here moving off toward the east, maybe a little north at about 45 miles an hour or so. Lewis and Wayne technically under this polygon, so something to watch downstream as we're looking toward Lewis, but Waynesboro right about now getting the impacts there. So we'll continue to watch the progress of that for sure. And then as we get down here, I do want to go ahead and touch on a storm as we get into toward Marengo, where they just dropped the tornado warning, in fact. So that's some good news. It's still on the screen for now, but that rotates and ramping down near Linden, or at least between Sweetwater and Linden there, as we're looking near US 43. So that's some good news for everybody at home watching that. Let's go over to radar scope. We'll kind of track some of this action here as we have some more different things up here on the screen right now. Let me make sure I get on the right radar before I switch you on over, but that polygon's about to go off of the screen there, so that's some good news for Marengo County in Alabama. So let me go ahead and pull up radar scope. You see what we're talking about. I know we've had such dangerous storms here today, but right now things not too significant overall. Still got to watch for isolated significant areas. Things could still ramp up, so don't let your guard down. I think I'm gonna wrap the coverage in just a few minutes, but don't let your guard down here because things can still escalate pretty quickly. Anybody has tornado, a place to go for all tornado warnings on the national level. I don't break in for all tornado warnings, of course. Just when we have the more serious scenarios evolve or a tornado emergency evolve, things along those lines. But the local stations in these areas really helpful, really important to get that word out about everything that's happening here on this Thursday. Still watching the storm here, but right now no tornado warning anymore. So that's the good news. Let's be able to see that now on our other source. Yes, now gone off the screen. It's only one tornado warning now. That's for that storm toward Wayne County in Tennessee. Lewis and Wayne counties under a tornado warning there, and that goes until about, it looks like 8:45 Eastern, so 7:45 Central Time. Up that way, looking on a different radar, it's pretty tight rotation there on the east side of Waynesboro, but gonna just have to continue to watch that as it's pretty far from the radar. We're talking about, it looks like the different roads involved. US 64, for instance, if I'm looking at that right, it looks like US 64 in there. So again, still watching this action here in Tennessee. We still have the tornado watches in play. Probably get a new tornado watch here to go later in the night here soon. So let's go ahead and pop up our other system, kind of give you that wide perspective again on what is happening. You see the PDS watch in the purple, but probably going to see that change over to regular. Still pretty significant, though, tornado watch, to see if things evolve a little bit further here later on with the parameters around. Still got that tornado warning in Tennessee, some regular tornado watches. That one up north goes until about 11 o'clock Central, midnight Eastern. And there may be some areas in that are in Eastern. I'm not 100% sure there, but as we're looking toward Atlanta, that's the Eastern time zone, of course, and that gets us to about 2 a.m. So we're going to be watching that for a while, and we'll, of course, be letting you know if things do escalate. And just for thunderstorm warning, this you see for Bibb and Tuscaloosa, that's until 8:15 Central Time. So I got to watch that potential here in the state of Alabama. See if things ramp up, not maybe a tornado possible tag on that, but hail the 2 inches in diameter, a possibility there. So you just have to be very mindful of what could happen with that storminess there. North of Greensboro, we already were tracking that other tornado near Greensboro earlier that was so significant, tracking across much of the state. The other tornado that tracked across much of the state earlier as well, tracking near Birmingham. We had another tornado develop northeast Birmingham, but the two big dominant storms were the one that tracked there near Birmingham, going over across the state. I'll kind of put on normal radar now, but what I'm talking about, of course, we were getting up here. So serious 5 fatalities reported as we got here, looking up further in toward the state. Of course, you have Talladega, Sylacauga, some of those areas where we had the other storm weekend on down, but you see Calera as well there, but we were really watching near Jacksonville with the other storm here in the viewpoints. So serious indeed with some of this action here. Such a long day, such a busy day here in the Weather Center, no doubt. And we're going to start ramping up the coverage. Looks like a new watch will be coming soon. We'll just have to kind of watch for that here to come on out, see exactly what type of watch. But again, this is what we were watching, Hatchie earlier. They're getting some more storminess just to the easterly with that lightning around. But Hatchie, of course, where we had the 5 fatalities earlier on today. So tragic in that region. Just a terrible scenario overall with the one storm tracking on the south side of Birmingham. There's a new thunderstorm warning. This could end up going closer to Birmingham in a little bit. So gotta watch for that. Still some tornado parameters in play. Maybe not as significant as earlier, but still could have a tornado touchdown with this action. I know we had a low end risk not too long ago near Birmingham, for instance. We ended up having a really significant scenario earlier this year with a fatality. So you got to let your mind really continue to monitor this. You can't lay your guard down. You can't just start sounding this out even if it's not on, because of course NWS tornado will have all those tornado warnings, and I'll break in here if needed with special coverage of a scenario as we look ahead later tonight for a national bigger type threat here evolving, or local severe weather in South Georgia tomorrow. That's something we could have to cover here as we look ahead toward that timeline. But just continue to follow things. Of course, cloudweather.com/radar has that interactive look at things. So helpful. Weather pretty calm in North Florida this weekend though for that Strawberry Festival. So that's something that's good to see. Definitely good to see here as we're looking ahead toward that timeline. But it's going to be warm on the hot side, Roy, as we're further away from the overall disturbance. That low pressure, of course, that's causing so many issues. The deadly tornado situation in Alabama today. I'm sure we'll get more reports in between now and even later on this evening. So make sure you're staying tuned. I'll be probably putting more information out on Twitter at Cloud Casey. But for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud wrapping things up here. It's been a high risk day. Still could have that high risk in play as we're looking ahead. But the parameter's not quite as nasty. We just got a new tornado warning here. So let's talk about it. This is getting here for parts of, looks like Lawrence, Lewis, as well as Wayne and Maury counties here in southern Middle Tennessee, really. We're talking that circulation 7 miles northeast of Waynesboro, moving east at 50. Somerton around 8 o'clock central. Mount Pleasant around 8:15 central time with that rotation. We'll zoom in here to this. It's not showing up too terribly much on this mode of it. But the thing about it is we're further from the radar. So you got to be on guard here. We'll continue to watch things. If something rises to that national level threat, of course, we'll break in for it. I'll let you know exactly what's happening with more coverage. But tornado warnings right now. Lewis, Wayne, also getting the word Lawrence and Maury counties there in the Tennessee region as we're looking toward the Tennessee Valley, toward Middle Tennessee, really. So got to continue to watch all that. Tornado watches. One toward Atlanta at 2 a.m. A new one coming more than likely soon for Alabama. And then we'll be watching up toward Tennessee, up toward Kentucky, Indiana here. See, Illinois cleared out. Missouri, a little bit of that was in there, cleared out. But that watch goes all the way until about 11 o'clock Central or midnight Eastern, depending on exactly which way you want to look at that scenario. So thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. Real quick, let's pop up radar scope for that storm in Middle Tennessee, since that's the one storm with the tornado warning on it at the moment. Let's go ahead and go into that action here, because that can be really helpful in these scenarios. I'll put an Asheville radar on for this. And seeing it actually pretty tight. So let me go ahead and talk about this just a little bit more. Don't want anybody to kind of be left out by this. As the storm were to ramp up on us pretty quickly here. So you see Napier here under this tornado warning. These winds really strong off the Nashville radar, showing upward of 100 miles an hour now. So let's go ahead and look at this from some different angles. Make sure we're not missing anything with this, because again, we don't want it to ramp up on somebody and you're not really prepared for what could happen. So looking, making sure this is the best radar for this. It looks like it is. So got to be really careful here as we're looking west of Napier, southwest of Napier, to make sure that we don't need to continue coverage on this here from that national perspective. So let me go ahead. I'll come back on the camera again. Let me check our Fort Campbell radar, which is another radar you can use in the region. The Nashville, of course, is really helpful as well. It's not showing up as much on our other colored table, which is good, but we still have to be careful here because things can ramp up quickly. The wind's really strong on the straight line level. Let's check for debris here. That could be something, but that might just be look at things that aren't really that clear because of the way the pattern is in our correlation coefficient. So I have to be watching here. There's Somerton as well, or Summertown, as well as Mount Pleasant here, Hampshire, in this. Gotta watch downstream toward Columbia, Tennessee. So give me that heads up if something were to really ramp up. Uh-oh, we just got a confirmed tornado. Okay, I think we're gonna have to stick with this, folks. They've just now confirmed this as a large tornado. It looks like they're gonna say there is a debris signature with this. This must be a debris signature that we're looking at. So unfortunately, we were hoping we could ramp down the coverage. We can't. We're gonna go ahead and stick with it now with a PDS threat in play. Let me go ahead and go back over to our radar scope here. We'll go ahead and see this threat here toward Napier now. Napier, you see that dark blue on the color table. So a large tornado now on the ground. It does seem that's been confirmed by the Weather Service. So we got to get people on the shelter downstream as things can, it's just so escalate really quickly. Let me check on see our different radars to see if we got a better look at this debris signature. Yeah, definitely looks like a lower one in there on the Huntsville high top radar. So I think that's a good confirmation there for sure. Got to be real careful when you're not that close to it with these warnings. And then you have a circulation matching with the debris signature here off the Fort Campbell, Kentucky radar. So yeah, large tornado on the ground here. Moving toward Napier. We got to get people in the shelter there as we're looking into toward parts of Tennessee. Got to go ahead and take action to protect life and property. A particularly dangerous situation, a large and extremely dangerous tornado located 9 miles northeast of Waynesboro, moving east a little bit north though at 50. Summertown, I should say, as well as Mount Pleasant under this. So continuing to watch. We're going to keep the stream going because of this PDS warning. Back at the top of the hour, unless of course it escalates maybe to a tornado emergency situation. We have to really be on guard though. As I'm going to go ahead and check something behind the scenes real quick. I might hear my voice change in terms of its volume. I'm looking at some things here in the Weather Center. Let's see if we got anything new. Roy got to be in shelter there toward Maury County, the Mount Pleasant area. Tornado on the ground in Wayne. Wall cloud there. Also approaching Napier. Got to get people in the shelter in that area as well. So that information is coming in. So you need to get people again in the shelter there in that region. A confirmed tornado on the ground. We're back at the top of the hour unless we need to come back on earlier with the latest information. If this maybe gets upgraded to a tornado emergency, that would require us to come on sooner here. If we get that information in a pretty short order, hopefully that doesn't happen. But in a day like this, you got to be really careful. So back here at the top of the hour, unless we have more information. For now, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're going to keep our stream going. See you in a little bit. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour as we continue our coverage. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up as this circulation is weakening here toward Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury County there in Tennessee. Let's go ahead and go over to radar scope real quick to show you what's happening. We'll try to give you a better perspective on the overall scenario real quick. Of course, NWS Tornado on Twitter is a great way to figure out what is going on here in the region as the night goes on. If that doesn't rise to the level of me coming on to keep everybody safe, to try to protect you and your family like what we've been doing here. Again, just trying to go ahead and wrap things up. You see Mount Pleasant, though, still under this tornado warning, so that's something we'll be kind of keeping our eyes on, at least to see if things ramp back up. And so quickly went from a confirmed, pretty maybe significant tornado down to just a radar indicated tornado according to the National Weather Service here. So again, that's some good news for everybody here from that perspective. Let me go ahead and come back on now. We'll move away from our radar scope technology here. Again, we're on a Thursday evening, still tracking some of this. You see that circulation pretty weak overall off the Nashville radar, so that's good. And now let's get to the overview here. A tornado watch in play as we're looking toward parts of Alabama and Tennessee, and that goes until about 1 a.m. Eastern, or 1 a.m. Central Time, excuse me. Alabama, 1 a.m. Central Time. That watch is being issued here, but not a PDS one. And then we see parts of Georgia in the play here as well in play. We're talking until about 2 a.m. Eastern Time for that watch, and up toward Indiana and Kentucky, Tennessee, a watch that goes to about 11 p.m. Central Time there. So 4 watches in play. We'll go ahead and put the borders on here real quick, as that rotation's still there, but it's weakened drastically and it's broadened out. So depending on the trend, maybe not even seeing a new tornado warning, but again, your watch is in play. We have the watch here in Georgia that goes to 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central. The watch for northern parts of Alabama here, we're talking about that potential. That also goes here until it looks like, as we've referred to, about 1 a.m. Central Time. It's this area right here, and then the watch to the north. That threat going here until about, it looks like 1 a.m. Central Time in toward Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. We're watching that, of course. Or actually, let me rephrase that. So that's going to be 11 p.m. Central Time on that. So 3 watches go here to about 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern, depending on where they are at. And you watch for parts of areas like Nashville, in toward Indiana, Kentucky, goes until 11 o'clock Central Time. So that pretty much wraps it up. I see they've just taken us down a couple notches in terms of the risk level as well. Down to an enhanced risk, which generally wouldn't require coverage unless we've got a tornado emergency involved as well. So kind of right on time with that, going down from a level 5 out of 5 to a level 3 out of 5. Thanks so much for trusting me to protect you and your family on this Thursday evening. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Of course, we need to break back in for like a tornado emergency or step in towards South Georgia tomorrow. We'll make sure to do so immediately. Have a great night, everybody. Stay safe out there. Thanks so much again for trusting me to keep you and your family safe.